All right. This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox. We are live. September the 13th, 2024. We are here. What's going on today? We got about 50 days till the election. Got a lot going on today. We got some stuff going on with this Haitian thing. I don't know how you're still kind of running hot in the media. This sort of stoking fires. And we have Trump has given a couple of speeches today. Well, Trump has given a couple of speeches. Kamala's getting ready to speak. I think Tim spoke a little bit somewhere, Wisconsin or somewhere today. We'll go through Twitter and see what's going on. Anybody's posting anything crazy on X. And if I find any other videos, we'll probably play those. Get a little bit of intro going. A little intro music to get started. And a little bit of reaction with you. Oh, you know what? And we're going to finish the speech. Made it to halftime, I think, with the speech for our second review of it. So he's probably going to play some of that too if DC jumps on in the next half hour. But before that, we're going to play a little bit of, I think it's still playing. Trying to get a little Jay-Z. There we go. A little bit of Jay. Take over.
B-Mac, we running this rap shit. Freeway, we running this rap shit. Owen Spark, we running this rap shit. Chris and Neat, we running this rap shit. Takeover, the break's over, nigga. God MC, me, Jehovah. Hey, little soldier, you ain't ready for war. ROC too strong for y'all. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, pin to a test, chest in a line of fire with your thin ass vest. You bringing them boys to men, them boys pull win. This is grown man B.I. Get you rolled in the. The Navy, niggas will kidnap your baby, spit at your lady. We bring knife to fist fight, kill your drama. We kill you motherfucking ants with a sledgehammer. Don't let me do it to you, Dunny, cause I overdo it. So you won't confuse it with just rap music. ROC, we running this rap shit. Running this rap shit, the Broad Street bully. We running this rap shit. It's zipped up in plastic when it happens, that's it. Freeway, we running this rap shit. Owen Sparks, we running this rap shit. Chris and Neat, we running this rap shit. I don't care if you mob deep, I hold triggers to cruise. You little fuck, I got money stacks bigger than you. When I was pushing weight, back in 88, you was a ballerina. I got the pictures, I seen you. Then you dropped shook one, switch your demeanor. Well, we don't believe.
Oh, it is my headphone. Yeah, y'all are probably hearing it. I'm not hearing nothing. So let me get out of here.
ROC, we running this rap shit. Memphis Bleak, we running this rap shit. B-Mac, we running this rap shit. Freeway, we running this rap shit. Owen Spark, we running this rap shit. Chris and Neat, we running this rap shit. Takeover, the break's over, nigga. God MC, me, Jehovah. Hey, little soldier, you ain't ready for war. ROC too strong for y'all. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, pin to a test, chest in a line of fire with your thin ass vest. You bringing them boys to men, them boys pull win. This is grown man B.I. Get you rolled in the triage, biatch. Your reach ain't long enough, Dunny. Your peeps ain't strong enough. Fuck up. Rockefeller is the army, better yet the Navy. Niggas will kidnap your baby, spit at your lady. We bring knife to fist fight, kill your drama. We kill you motherfucking ants with a sledgehammer. Don't let me do it to you, Dunny, cause I overdo it. So you won't confuse it with just rap music. ROC, we running this rap shit. M-Easy, we running this rap shit. The Broad Street Bully, we running this rap shit. It's zipped up in plastic when it happens, that's it. Wait, we running this rap shit. Owen Sparks, we running this rap shit. Chris and Nick, we running this rap shit. I don't care if you mob deep, I hold triggers to cruise. You little fuck, I got money stacks bigger than you. When I was pushing weight, back in 88, you was a ballerina. I got the pictures, I seen you. Then you dropped shook one, switch your demeanor. Well, we don't believe you, you need more people. Rockefeller, students of the game, we passed the class cause nobody can read you dudes like we do. Don't let them gas you like Jigger is ass and won't clap you. Trust me on this one, I'll detach you. Mind from spirit, body from soul. They have to hold a mask, put your body in a hole. No, you're not on my level, get your breaks tweaked. I sold what your whole album sold in my first week. You guys don't want it with hope. Action Nas, she don't want it with hope. No, ROC, we running this rap shit. Big Single, we running this rap shit. M-Easy, we running this rap shit. It's zipped up in plastic when it happens, that's it. Owen Sparks, we running this rap shit. Freeway, we running this rap shit. Chris and Neat, we running this rap shit. I know you listen non-stop. But along with celebrity comes about 70 shots to your frame, nigga. You are. Use the fag model for Carcanine Esco ass. Went from nasty Nas to Esco's trash. Had a spark when you started, but now you're just garbage. Fell from top 10 to not mention at all. To your bodyguards, Uzi Wally's verse better than yours. Matter of fact, you had the worst flow on the whole fucking song. But I know the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine. That's why your careers come to an end. It's only so long fake thugs can pretend. Nigga, you ain't live it, you witnessed it from your folks' pad. You scribbled in your notepad and created your life. I showed you your first tech on tour with Large Professor. Then I heard your album about your tech on the dresser. So yeah, I sampled your voice, you was using it wrong. You made it a hot line, I made it a hot song. And you ain't getting coin, nigga, you was getting fucked in. I know who I paid, God. Searchlight Publishing. Use your... You said you been in this 10, I've been in it 5. Smart enough, Nas. 4 albums in 10 years, nigga. I could divide, that's one every, let's say 2. 2 of them shit was due. One was the other was Illmatic. That's a one hot album every 10-year average, and that's so. Nigga, switch up your flow, your shit is garbage. You try and kick knowledge. Your niggas gonna learn to respect the king. Don't be the next contestant on that Summer Jam screen because you know who. Yeah, you know what, well, you know who. Yeah, just keep that between me and you, nigga. ROC, we running this rap shit. M-Easy, we running this rap shit. The Broad Street Bully, we running this rap shit. Get zipped up in plastic when it happens, that's it. Wait, we running this rap shit. Owen Sparks, we running this rap shit. Chris and Nick, we running this rap shit. A wise man told me don't argue with fools, cause people from a distance can't tell who is who. So stop with that childish shit, nigga, I'm grown. Please leave it alone, don't throw rocks at the throne. Do not bark up that tree will fall on you. I don't know why your advisors ain't forewarned you. Please, not Jay, He's not for play. I don't slack a minute. All that thug rapping and gimmicks, I will end it. All that yapping be finished. You are not deep. You made your bed, now sleep. Don't make me expose you to them folks that don't know you. Nigga, I know you well. All the stolen jewels. Twinkle told you, breaking my heart. You can't fuck with me. Go play somewhere, I'm busy. And all you other cats throwing shots at Jigga, you only get half a bar. Fuck y'all niggas.
OC, OC. Ah, man. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I'm gonna start out with a little Trump. A little Trumpy coming off of that. Let's see, what's Trump? Trump, this is today in California. I think it is North Coast, Cali. Right outside of LA. Let's see what Trump talking about. Now the Democrats did challenge the Republicans to a third debate, and I believe he has declined, at least for the moment, believing that he's won the debate.
Very popular mayor.
I'm sure he's going to probably mention it here.
And he's really something very special. John Cruikshank, and he'll say a few words about 2 miles up the road. They're having some problems with slides into a thing called the Pacific Ocean. And a lot of people would like to hear about it and what the mayor's doing to get it remedied, and he'll take care of it. So, John, please.
Well, I was only expecting to come speak with the president today, and he's gracious enough to invite me to speak to you all, which is an important moment for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. In 2002, the Trump Golf Course opened up here, and they've been a great business here in our community. As the president mentioned, our city has been having a lot of issues with a landslide that's less than a mile from here. We have about 600 homes, several thousand residents that have been affected. They've lost power, gas, and it's been moving at an unprecedented rate for the last couple of years because of the rain. We believe we can solve the problem, but we really need the assistance of the state of California and the federal government. We have solutions out there for that, but the problem is bigger than the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, and so it's important that we get the attention and the help of the people of California and of the federal government. So I'm here to thank the president of having me here today. Obviously, I'm a tiny bit nervous. This is a very big deal. Oh, thank you. So anyhow, we very much appreciate you all being here, and of course, I know you're here for the president, but covering what's going on in our city is really important, and it's meant a lot to our community of 42,000 people. So thank you so much.
He doesn't do too much, but you have a lot of people living over there, and I think John would like to see the help of the state government and the federal government, and so far they're missing in action. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is Trump National Los Angeles, and it's been a tremendous success for a long time. I guess Lily would be 18 or 19 years, I think, right? And I built it, and I have a little bit of a motto, but we never have to advertise because it's always loaded up with golfers, very good golfers. It's a world championship course. It fronts on the Pacific Ocean, as you can see. It actually fronts, very few courses front on the Pacific Ocean. It's Pebble Beach and there's some others, but I always say I have the ocean, Pebble Beach has the bay. The ocean's better than the bay. And this course is one of the best courses anywhere in the world, and it's done really well, and we've had a lot of fun with it, so it's been great. It's a major property, as you can imagine. We do also lots of weddings and lots of events, and in the ballroom right behind you. And people get married literally on a nightly basis looking over the Pacific Ocean. So we have something that's very special. We're proud of it. Well, thank you all for being here. Before we begin, I want to express my support for all of the families affected by the landslides in Rancho Palos Verdes. The slides are something can be taken care of. This area is very solid. But you go down a couple of miles down, you'll see something that's pretty amazing. The mountain is moving, and it can be stopped, but they need some help from the government. So I hope they get the help, and I'm sure John will have the help. And I want to thank the mayor for the great job he's doing. I tell that to the people, what a great job he's doing. I just met with the mayor and especially want to salute all of the public safety and emergency personnel who are working uh, down the road, as well as the utility workers who are fighting to restore service to local residents. It's another thing when you live along the coast. Sometimes that happens. It's a little bit more difficult, but when they fix it, there's nothing like it. There really is nothing like it. I'm here today in California with a very simple message for the American people. We cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left to do to America what they did to California. The state of California is a mess with people leaving, and nothing's going to stop them. They're going to other states. Some are going to other countries. But what they've done, Gavin Newsom and Kamala, and I want to say Kamala more so, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed the state. When you look at the kind of destruction that's taken place, it's all man-made or woman-made destruction too. It's things that should have never happened, but we're not going to let that happen with 4 more years of her in the White House, because if you have what happened to this country as what they allowed to happen in California and San Francisco, one of the great cities of the world 15 years ago, and today it's not in a very good position, to put it mildly, in this state, which is probably the best piece of real estate in the world. The state, you have the sunshine, you have the ocean, you have everything, you have the perfect weather, the best weather, and they've hurt it so badly, so badly. Decades ago, San Francisco was known as one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. A friend of mine, a friend of a lot of the people here, Bob Tisch, used to say San Francisco is the best city in the United States, the best city there is. And he passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe it. He used to always talk about San Francisco as our greatest city. He owned Lowe's, good company, great company. And he would say it constantly. And now you see what's happened. And it can be brought back, just like our country can be brought back, because we're a nation in decline. The decline of this whole state is one of the sad chapters in what's gone on with the radical left lunatics that we have to put up with. As the San Francisco district attorney, Kamala was the godmother of sanctuary cities. She was right out there at the forefront, and also the movement of defunding the police. She was there right at the beginning. She boasted, quote, "We are a sanctuary city and we always will be." Well, they're sanctuary cities of crime. One of the people that Kamala gave sanctuary city to and put in as DA was Edwin Ramos, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member who savagely murdered a father and his 2 sons after mistaking them for members of a rival gang. She knew this, and she came to his defense. He had previously been arrested for robbing a pregnant woman and killing many, they say. Kamala refused to get him out of our country, and he went on to do very significant damage. She also gave sanctuary to illegal alien Ronnie Aguilera, who murdered a 14-year-old boy, nearly decapitating him with a sword. He enjoyed watching this take place with a sword by his hand. Kamala launched her tenure as DA with a San Francisco police group described as a, quote, fire sale for plea deals. They made plea deals. The only one they don't make a plea deal with is Trump. They go after their political opponent, especially when they haven't done anything wrong. You saw more charges were dropped yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia. It's all politically inspired. It's all against their political opponent. We won the case in the big case. They said the big case. I've completely won that case. The documents case in Florida, case was thrown out with deranged Jack Smith, deranged prosecutor, that if he devoted his efforts to violent crime and to the border, which they should have, would be in a lot better position as a country. In one sweetheart deal, Kamala gave only 12 years to a monster known as David Taylor, who got high on crack and murdered a 65-year-old mother with a hammer and a pair of scissors. He wanted to come out, and she wanted to get him out as quickly as possible. In another plea deal, she gave only 6 years to a man who killed a disabled veteran with a knife and then left his body to rot in a bathtub. Kamala refused to seek the death penalty for a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza during a traffic stop, very innocent traffic stop. To explain her decision, why would you do this? Why would you give such leniency to somebody that just killed his officer's son? The San Francisco Police Officers Association has refused her a single race since she became district attorney. The police don't endorse her. She's got virtually no endorsements now, but I have almost every police group in the United States. We just got the endorsement of almost 400,000 police. You saw that.
Hey, I'm Stephen Kars, co-founder of King of Pops. So when I open the Zero dashboard, I can quickly see how my bank balances are doing, what money is owed, and what bills are going out. And that gives me a lot of confidence to make informed decisions.
Yo, those are nice. Hold on one second.
Candace, what's up? I think my daughter's going pro at basketball.
I'll take
Wait,
those.
you're at Dick's? Could you pick up an agility ladder for my daughter?
Yo, she's 3.
So what do you
Thank
think's
you.
the next step?
Thank you. Yeah.
Should we work on the
Hey,
crossover
Patrick,
first
let
or
me call
behind
you
the
back.
She hung up.
Florida, and just police group in the country. The endorsement just about every single police group in the United States, and unadulterated. They are so happy to endorse. After Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom took charge of San Francisco homelessness, while Comrade Kamala Harris was Attorney General of this state, murders rose significantly, car thefts went through the roof, gun assaults rose at levels never seen before, and forcible rape went up by much more than the 73% that they reported. As Attorney General, she defined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She put them in a new category as nonviolent. Now, as vice president, she's facilitated the largest wave of sex trafficking and human trafficking in history, the history of our country by far. And in case you don't want to write about it, which you should, because there can be no bigger scandal than this, we have, under this administration, 325,000 migrant children are missing. 325,000. In other words, take your biggest stadium in California and you could fill it up 5 or 6 times. Those are all missing children. Many of them are dead. Many of them are sex slaves and slaves of different nature. But her destruction of the law and order in California did not end there. In 2020, Kamala Harris proudly endorsed defund the police. We're going to defund the police. Anybody that was even in favor of defunding the police for 1 month, let alone her entire career, should never be president of the United States. She supported a plan to cut the LA Police Department by at least $150 million and ideally more. This is when your crime in LA was reaching very significant heights. Today, it's at the highest level it's ever been. Harris also endorsed the Marxist Soros-backed prosecutor, George Gascon, to be district attorney of Los Angeles. And with Kamala's support, Gascon has unleashed hell upon the residents of Los Angeles, absolute hell. Kamala supported Gascon's decision to stop prosecuting criminals for trespassing, disturbing the peace, making criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution, and resisting arrest. And these are some of the best areas in your state. They were left alone. They were protected by him, actually protected by him. They've been trying to get him out for a long time, but she helped. And this is where she's coming from as president. This is where she's coming from. This is why all of her policies changed. She was anti-fracking. She was anti-everything. And all of a sudden, she changed. Even the first question she was given at the debate gave one of the dumbest answers. They were asking about pricing and would you be better off today or 4 years ago? Prices have gone up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And just the concept of being better off, she didn't give the answer. She talked about when she grew up, nobody knew what the hell she was talking about. And based on the polls, it didn't work because Rasmussen, as you probably saw, just came out and they just lifted me up by 6 points for president, which is one of the biggest increases they've ever had in one little short period of time of a couple of days, up 6 points. And I thought the debate was great. I thought I did very well, but I was fighting 3 people. I was fighting the crazy left radical lunatics at ABC, I think considered the worst, by me, considered the worst broadcaster out there. George Slobodanopoulos, that whole group, they're bad. And I lost a lot of respect for David Muir. He came at me with things, and we'll go over it in a second, but I was right about the crime stats going way up. The fact is the FBI didn't report them, and we're able to keep the stats essentially flat. But the new numbers came in. I guess somebody in government likes me because the new numbers were just released, and you'll see the kind of numbers that we're talking about went not only up, but up at record levels like nobody's seen before when everything was included. And thanks to Kamala, since 2020, crime and drug overdose deaths here have skyrocketed by 40, 50, and 60%, and murder has reached an all-time high. We don't want this for our country. That's why I'm doing this. I don't like doing this other than I know you all have the nicest view you're going to ever have. But somebody's got to explain this to them. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist. As borders are, she then launched a colossal invasion of California's southern border. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that a Venezuelan gang is expanding its deadly reach in the United States. First sentence of the story begins, U.S. law enforcement officials have watched with alarm the spread of a Venezuelan gang known for dismembering people, right? Dismembering people. From Chile to Colombia, they're all over the place. Now they're in our country. They're known as MS-13. They're considered the meanest, toughest gang in the world. In Long Island, not so long ago, two young 16-year-old girls were walking to school, and they carved them up with a knife. They killed both of them. They carved them up with a knife. They didn't want to shoot them. And we got them out. I got them out so fast, and we did a big number. And I wanted to thank ICE while I'm at it, because ICE has been unbelievable. Border Patrol has been unbelievable. And she wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to dismember ICE. She wants to take them out. And if you didn't have ICE, you'd have a problem in this country. ICE would go in. I remember in Long Island with us, they had a gang that was brutal, MS-13 gang. They came out of prisons from different places. And they formed, for whatever reason, Long Island seems to be a place. And I'll never forget the scene of ICE going into a rat's nest, they call them when you have a lot of them together, rat's nest. And they walked into that nest, and you just saw arms and fists and feet. Everybody was flying. And 3 minutes later, he saw it. 3 minutes later, they walked out with these guys, dragging them out by their feet and throwing them into paddy wagons and bringing them into jails. And then we got them out of the country and moved them back to where they came from, which Obama was unable to do when he was president. Obama was unable to do because the countries wouldn't participate. They wouldn't allow them back. But I called those countries, three of them. Guatemala, take a look. Mexico, too, to a large extent. And I think probably the worst of all, we had four countries. Colombia was rough. We had four in South America. But the South America is no longer the problem. We have bigger problems elsewhere. Guatemala, a lot of problems in Guatemala. A lot of bad people coming out. We called, I said, let me speak to the president. I told him, you're not getting any more foreign aid. They got $750 million a year. I said, no more foreign aid. Why? Because you send people over in caravans and you won't take them back, and they're criminals, and we don't want them in this country. And you wouldn't take them back with Obama. They would put planes on the runways, big planes on the runways, so you couldn't land the planes loaded up with prisoners. And I said, that's okay. You can keep doing it. We're not paying you 10 cents. And they called me back 20 minutes later, one of them the next day, three countries. And they said, we would be honored to take MS-13 back. We like them very much. We're wonderful people. And we got them out by the thousands and thousands. We got them out. And that I attribute to ICE and Border Patrol. They're incredible people. Not only is Comrade Howard, I mean, if you take a look at this, but not only is Comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border, but then it was announced about a year ago that they're actually flying them in. Nobody knew that. They were secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of people. Some of the worst murderers and terrorists you've ever seen. They were taking anybody that wanted to come in. And they're flying them in. So when they tell you about their borders a little bit better than it used to be, they only did that for election reasons. Not good, but it's a little bit better. But they don't tell you that the flights are still coming in here, bringing in thousands and thousands of illegal aliens. And they're being dropped into the midsection of our country, because all states are really border states right now. And I'm the border president. I solved it in 2016, probably got elected because of that in 2016. And really, there was nothing to do in 2020. I said to my people, I want to talk about the border, what a job I did. They said, sir, nobody cares. You did it. It was good. We went from a terrible border to a great border very quickly. We did a great job. And then I come in and I look at what's happening now. And the only difference is that the border in 2016 was 1/20th what it is now. We have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. And I want to be the border president. And I hope you call me the border president, because I'm going to show you what a border security job we can do. And we're going to do a job like never has been done before. There's never been a border like this. I believe the real number is 21 million people are here, and many are thugs, criminals. And remember this, if you go to South America, and if you go to these countries that have taken their prisoners out of their jails to empty their jails and dumped them into the United States like we're dumping ground, you're going to see their crime rates have gone down by 50, 60, 70, and 80%. If you look at Caracas, Venezuela, they took their criminals and drug dealers and rapists off the street and they dumped them into the United States of America. Dumping ground, they call it. We're a dumping ground for Venezuela because we have stupid people running our country. And you think Biden's bad? This one's going to be worse than Biden. Over the past 3.5 years, Kamala has resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane when they couldn't get through the border because the border guards backed up. They were refusing to let them in. They don't want it. They love this country. They're saying, you can't do this to our country. They flew them in right over the top of the border guards, and they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. In Springfield, Ohio, 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants have descended upon a town of 58,000 people, destroying their way of life. They've destroyed the place. And people don't like to talk about it because even the town doesn't like to talk about it because it sounds so bad for the town. They live there. They're proud. They love the town. For years, it was a great place, safe, nice. Now they have 20,000, and I actually heard today it's 32,000. It's the new number. Illegal aliens are now coming in from all over the world, from prisons, jails, mental institutions. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. We cannot let this happen to our country. And I will be your border president. And I hope you call me a border president. I never thought I'd have to say that again because we fixed the border and now it was 100% beautiful. And that includes fentanyl and drugs and everything else. We had it fixed and now nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I guess they want to do it because we built hundreds of miles of wall and we had hundreds of miles, I said, after we completed, much more than I said I was going to complete. And it had a huge impact. But after I completed it, we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in 200 miles, could have been put up in 3 weeks, would have been totally sealed and much larger than I originally said, but it worked so well. We were doing so well. And not only didn't they put it up, they sold much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive wall, has wires inside of it for technology. Hardened steel, hardened concrete, and rebar. They wanted all three. I did it as per the Border Patrol. I disagreed with the look. They said, sir, this is the only way. We had to put a anti-climb panel on top. The panel on top is an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, I know, but it stops people from climbing. I said, all right, we'll do it the way you want. The president has a duty to keep you safe. Kamala will turn America into a poor, violent, third world refugee camp. It already sort of is. We have elections that are a mess, and we have a border that's the worst of any border ever in the world. There's never been a country ever in the world that's allowed 21 million people to come across in a short period of time. And children and the children of American citizens are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. You take a look at what's happening in Colorado. The governor's afraid to even talk about it. The governor is a Democrat. Colorado, I hope you're going to vote for Trump because you're being stampeded by your own politicians. The governor can't talk about it because he can't go against the policies of these lunatics that want all these people to come into our country without knowing who they are. We don't even know where they come from. As of last week, I was told by Tom Homan, we had 168 countries represented over the last 12 months. In other words, people came in illegally from 168 different countries. Most people don't know there's that many countries. There's more than that in the world. We'll know them all pretty soon, I'm sure. In breaking news yesterday, the premier statistical agency at the Justice Department, you remember where David Muir tried to correct me when I said that crime is rampant like never before. He said, oh, no. He said, crime is going down. I said, where are you coming from? And, you wouldn't have to need a Bureau of Justice statistics to know that crime is worse than it's ever been. And I guess they probably watched the debate and they heard this foolish man, this foolish fool make that statement to me that, no, crime is coming down. The FBI said it was coming down. The FBI defrauded everybody because what they did is they used statistics, not including some of the worst areas and some of the worst cities. So the real numbers are from the Bureau.
Sing a song full of the faith that the darkness has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship with one of. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship we praise.
Please welcome White House.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to follow a performance like that. The St. Augustine Gospel Choir. Let's give it up one more time. They were amazing. I'm feeling really inspired today. Just look around. There's so much Black excellence here today. Give it up. Black excellence. And it's because we have a president who wanted to bring us all together to lift up our accomplishments. So, I think we probably should do this every month. What do you guys think? I'll talk to the boss about that one. So we're all here because we have a president and a vice president who have proven that they are committed to investing in the future of Black communities. This administration has done the work. President Biden, Vice President Harris didn't talk the talk, they walked the walk. But I want to take a moment to talk about the president that I know. As the first Black, openly queer White House press secretary, and I gotta add, a proud Haitian American. For those who don't know, I can tell you that representation matters to him. Our voices matter to him. Our perspectives matter to him. And our success in our community matters to him. I want to share a quick story with you. Last year, I took a question in the briefing room from a young Black girl who was visiting the White House to take questions for me in the briefing room, and it was Take Your Child to Work Day. I could tell she was a little nervous, but she quickly composed herself and asked her question. What's the most difficult part about my job? And told me that she was inspired or aspired to be in my shoes one day. This moment reinforced for me that representation matters. It matters to our kids and makes our nation stronger. Walking through the White House and having an office in the West Wing will never get old for me. It's truly the honor of a lifetime for me. But what really inspires me as a mom who is raising a young Black girl is walking through the White House and seeing people who look like me, seeing people who look like us. Shalonda Young, Brenda Mallory, and Shawanza Goff. Is really our nation's history. When we fill spaces that once kept us out, we can make progress. When we show up and make a seat at the table, is undeniable. President Biden and Vice President Harris understand our community, and they understand stakes for it. We have a president and a vice president who understand that when Black students succeed, our nation succeeds. We have a president and a vice president who know democracy only thrives when voting is protected and celebrated. We have a president and a vice president who have fought for criminal justice reform. As President Biden said, our history is not just about the past. It's about the present. It includes us, all of us, not just some of us. So today we celebrate the historic achievements this president has accomplished alongside our community. And tomorrow we get back to work because we all know the most important thing, the vice president and the president knows this, there is more work to be done. You to take a flower from your table to commemorate this very, very special day, this historic day. Thank you all.
Wow, life comes at you fast. Let me just do a temperature check real quick. God is good and all the time? Okay, I just had to make sure I'm in the right place. I'm Trell Thomas from Castle, South Carolina. Yeah, a small town filled with people with big hearts. My mom, who is here today, is one of those people. Hi, Mom. Hey, Dad. I can still hear the sounds of laughter that came from our kitchen on most Sundays in our modest home. There would be family, friends, neighbors, church members, and sometimes even strangers who needed a good home-cooked meal. In fact, those Sunday meals bring back lots of warm memories. It was the first place I got to see and feel the joy of being a Black person. Today, I get to share that joy with you all. From my mom's house to the south lawn of the White House. Spaces like this are so important. Spaces that uplift us, that celebrate us, and that give us our well-deserved flowers. I've dedicated myself to building and preserving those spaces. As you all know, curating an atmosphere for our community to feel seen and express ourselves freely isn't always accepted in all places. So I want to say a personal thank you to President Biden for seeing and investing in them, and for seeing and investing in us. We are in a remarkable moment in time. A moment where Black women have been appointed to some of the highest offices in the land. Hello, Madam Vice President. Hello, Madam Supreme Court Justice. In fact, even this stage today is filled with remarkable Black women. Speaking of that, let's bring out some more excellence to honor this moment. It is my pleasure to introduce the first Black woman to oversee the federal government's budget on behalf of the president, Director, all right, she got some fans in here, Director of Office, Management and Budget, Shalonda Young, actress, producer, my loved one, Marseille Martin, and with them, a man who needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and help me welcome the President of the United States of America.
Let's continue this Black Excellency Party. It's an honor to be with you today to celebrate. I'm Shalonda Young, for those of you who are not screaming my name. Mr. President, those are your Congressional Black Caucus members who, before I worked for you, I was with them for 15 years.
They know who doles out the money.
I'm the member of President Biden's cabinet, his budget director. The president likes to say I'm the money lady. I think you'd like to do this when you refer to me. And I'm the first Black woman to do it. I think that matters. And I want to thank the president personally. I don't think I ever have, for letting this little Black girl from Clinton, Louisiana, get to show that Black people deserve to be in all the spaces. So thank you so much. I'm also the fruit of generations who poured all they had into me. And most of you out there can say the same thing. And they taught me what Black excellency was, and it's how I was expected to live. Most importantly, I'm a mother of an almost 3-year-old, Miss Charlie, a young Black girl. And I hope even when she's a teenager, she rolls her eyes already. So pray for me. But teenage Charlie, I hope that she remembers walking through these halls and what that means and what is expected of her, and that she takes the Black excellence and she brings it to the next generation. The president likes to tell people, including me, especially me, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. Trust me, he means those words. He puts his money where his mouth is. When he talks about value, it's more than economic value of something. He sees the inherent dignity and value of people all around our country and the inherent excellence, which is why when I oversee the budget, I work to ensure that we invest in people and places that will ensure the next generation of Black excellence. I oversee a $7 trillion budget. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for trusting me. $7 trillion? What? Now, I know $7 trillion sounds like a lot, but I want to explain how those investments look. It means that a small rural community like the one I grew up in Clinton, Louisiana, a town of under 2,000 people, that explains the accent, is finally seeing critical investments from their government, such as broadband internet. And I can tell you firsthand, I went home, Mr. President, and saw my almost 96-year-old grandmother who has internet in Clinton, Louisiana. We couldn't figure out the password because she couldn't remember it, but it's there when somebody can remember what it is to reset it. And believe it or not, in 2024, this president and vice president are still fighting to make sure people have adequate sewer and water infrastructure. It means that this administration can ensure that the government show up in places that have been left behind. For Black Americans and communities, this also means historic federal investments in our HBCUs, new economic opportunities and good paying jobs in Black communities, and lower healthcare and childcare costs. Let me tell you, I get that. Because we know what it means when a family gets a slot to a Head Start program. It means parents have the room to invest in their children and see their dreams come to life. What do you say, Mr. President? People just want a little breathing room. That's what he's led us to focus on. That's what budgets are about. As a point of personal privilege, I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud to work for President Biden, Vice President Harris, who have fought relentlessly to create opportunity, advance equity, and fight for families. As a short example of the importance of family first by the president, last summer, I was on my last leg doing a little deal around the debt ceiling, Mr. President. One afternoon, I was in a meeting with you, and at this point, I've gone weeks without spending much time with the kid. I had no laundry. and I was hanging on literally by a thread. The meeting was going a little long, but I knew I needed to sneak out to get my child from daycare because they charge $5 a minute if you are late. And that $7 trillion is a US government budget, not my personal budget. So every minute counts. So I started to back up quietly, and you go, where you going? And I said, well, I guess now I'm going to go call somebody to pick up Charlie. And without skipping a beat, you said, well, bring over here. My mind immediately went to the damage I knew my child would do to the Resolute desk. So I did not take you up on that offer, but I could not do this job if you didn't tell all of us, if it's about your family, go home. The president's graciousness and understanding in that moment was incredibly important to me as a mother. And the reason I'm able to do this job is because this president and this vice president put family first. With your help, we have made historic gains, and the future looks good. I look forward to accomplishing more together. We have lots of work to do. And now it's my great, great honor to introduce someone I've been watching since you were wee-high, to introduce award-winning actress and producer, Marsai Martin. It sure does.
Oh.
See what I'm trying to
Hey, y'all. Hi, Anthony. Look where we are. Oh my gosh. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here at the White House for the celebration of Black excellence. I see so many faces in the audience that I have admired and respected. So hi, Kyla.
Wait, Paradox, is this live?
Half of the Brown in the house. Oh my goodness. And I have to start by
it's close to live.
Biden and Dr. Jill Biden for the warm invitation
I think it may have
to
just
this
happened. not that long ago.
historic occasion. And yeah, I'm Marsai Martin. And I've been an actor since I was the age of 5.
Wait,
a lot of you may remember me as Diane.
This is not
It's about 6 hours. It's about 6 hours ago.
This is not triggered
where
your
I was 9
conservative
years
brethren.
old when I joined that show. And
I
man,
would've-
10 years
I'm
later,
regular
over
person.
10 years since I'm now 20.
Wait, can you pause it for
It's
a
safe
second?
to say that that role has been a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
No. The Black excellence part, that's not going to trip conservatives out.
What do you mean? Just in the real world? I don't know if anybody. I don't know yet. I mean, they're focused on Haitian immigrants right now. So.
I mean, they're Black.
I don't know if this is going to pick up any. I don't think it's going to get any coverage on the main pages.
Because
they're too focused on Kamala and Trump. So I mean, I don't think it's going to get any. I don't think it's going to pick up.
Oh, you don't think Fox is going to run this as a headline? Hey, if Kamala gets, if Kamala gets,
Nobody's there.
Well,
I don't know if they're going to run to get clicks. I don't know what's going to make it. What the clicks
No. You know how they like to. Well, if Kamala's in the White, because you saw Laura Loomer tweeted yesterday.
Well, Laura's obviously crazy. So I got you. Yeah. She said everything. I mean, she's her.
I'm like
a wild girl.
I'm like, that tweet is so out there. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, this is racist. Like, what is wrong?
I love it, though. Don't stop. Don't stop.
No. I just that, and I'm surprised you did not make a commentary about the choir singing.
Oh, me?
Oh yeah, I figured you'd be like, this is almost sacrilegious.
Oh no, I'm being nice. I'm not messing.
Black church is a little bit too close to empire, politics, all of these things. We're singing godly songs at the White House.
No, I was just enjoying it. I was just enjoying it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I wasn't gonna go into attack mode.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna ride.
Oh, okay, I got you. No. I just, like I said, I thought those two things. I thought it was gonna be like some commentary there, but I'll go on mute.
No, not yet. I mean, something to spark something, but I'm just letting things kind of flow right now, to be honest with She's an O&B. Yeah, Sean, but she's an O&B.
Wait, say again.
I was telling Sean, she runs O&B. The lady, I just can't catch her name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when she said $7 trillion, I was like, wow, like what budget do you have? I was like, that's no joke. What will be interesting to be this, I will say this. This is what will be interesting post Biden administration because they have all of these he has put so many black people in positions that, you know, other administrations have not given. What these people are able to go and leverage and turn that into, because, you know, part of the angle of getting any job in the government is A, to get the experience, but then to get the network and the resume, and then what you can do with what you can parlay that into afterwards.
Yeah.
So if you're
you
like,
created a parlay to all time. You created a parlay to all time.
yeah. So, well, this is kind of going back to the discussion we were talking about, like, hey, you know, we need an industry. I'm wondering, like, okay, now if you're someone who's black and you've been in these roles, do you have the same opportunity as someone who's white where you can go and start your own consulting firm now, or, you know, public relations, lobbying, or can you go join like Pay Street, you know, as a big lobbyist now? Or are they going to just kind of look at it as, oh, you were, you know, you were kind of given that position. We don't really, you know, is it going to be one of those things of, you know, well, this person has the education, but they don't have the experience. Well, you know, now they've got the experience. It's like, well, I said that you get the experience because that was an excuse to not let you hear. Like, does it become enough of, oh, okay, you have this experience. You have this experience that, frankly, some of your counterparts who are not black have. And does that become an element of contention? Or like,
I mean, I think individually you gotta just figure it out as an individual person. You take that, you put that on your resume, and you gotta work. You know, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, but like I know too, like some people, like, okay, like will there be a stigma or because like kind of like Clarence Thomas, he kind of felt that, oh, okay, I went to Yale, and he thought, okay, I got it made if I graduate from Yale. He couldn't find a job. He basically went to the extreme of, well, it's because of affirmative action. It basically tainted my Yale degree. These people will not hire me because they perceive it that, you know, you're someone that did not quote unquote earn it.
Yeah, I think he has a personal problem. But I get it because he's, you know, he became the Supreme Court justice, and in America, obviously, at least like in, you know, in the sort of in pop culture. That's not really pop culture necessarily, I guess,
but yeah, he had other peers who were like, well, I ran into the same thing, that this was not an affirmative action thing. These people were just racist, and they didn't care where your degree came from.
I mean, what I'm saying is that, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's that heavy if you know what it is. So you can if you want to make it something to obviously get money or write books or to become even more relevant, then you'll be loud about it. You know, but I don't think you have to keep reiterating where you are and what it is. And we already know what it is. So we don't have to keep saying what we have to do. We know what we have to do. I'm not even gonna say it, right? We know what we have to do. And individually, a lot of it is that's really, to me, it's more of a personal problem.
Really?
And if you're smart, you're able to get what you got to get in this particular environment. You do the best you can do with that. And if you want to be mad about something, I'm not gonna hate you on it. If you want to turn it into making money, I'm not gonna be mad about that either. But I know what it is though, because if you're successful, if you're around successful people, everybody got war stories, and everybody can blame things about what somebody else got and they didn't get, right? Does it race or not, racially or not racially? Be it nepotism, be it somebody you know, favors, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I look at it as a lot of this stuff, to me anyway, a lot of it's personal.
Well, that's what I mean. But that's what I mean, though. Do you see this as,
so some people don't care? You know, some people like, look, I got what I got, I'm where I'm at, and I'm not even going to worry about the rest of it, you know? This depends on the person in some cases. But you can make it a thing when you do some statistics and studies on it, and you realize that people are overqualified and underpaid. I mean, but that's the reality of it, you know?
No. I mean, like, do you think like this truly opens the door? Like what Biden has done to these positions, that it opens up opportunities that people will not have further down the line?
I mean, yeah, he continues it. But we've been cracking doors for quite a long time, for decades.
Because,
but he's just a continuation of what's been happening to the society as a whole. He's continually pushing it forward.
But they're like, to her point, how many people can really stand up and say I was responsible for $7 trillion?
Yeah, probably 3 people, 5,
yeah.
7, a handful.
Yeah.
Now, can she parlay that into something outside of this? That's going to really, in my mind, it's going to be on her. Her struggles will be her struggles. If she has any.
Yeah. No. That's,
I mean, again, if you know the plan, if you know the playing field, I look at it as nothing to have to keep really, keep reiterating. We know the field, we know the game. I guess you could complain to the refs, right? Or complain to the commissioner to change the rules, I guess.
Yeah. No, the reason I ask that is because people will always say, oh, well, these people are not doing anything for people who are black. And I'm like, when you look at her speech and like,
she's doing stuff for her family.
What's up?
I said she's doing things for her family.
No, I'm talking about her community as well. When you're able to go back and say, okay, I'm from, what she said, Clinton, Louisiana.
We're a small town girl.
Yeah, small town.
What's she gonna do? What's she gonna do for them that they gotta do for themselves first anyway, though?
I mean, she's talking about, hey, you have internet here now.
That's right. But but my point is, you still gotta want to do it, though. That's my whole point. I can give you everything you need, but if you don't want it, then it's like, okay. A lot of people who live in small town, or even who live in cities, a lot of them, they're good where they are. They don't want nothing more, and that's their life. Complaining about it or not, whatever, right?
No. I'm just going on the fact of, hey, like, people like to say, oh, we've got nothing, and I'm saying, her story is kind of like,
you just mean the critique of, but that's ridiculous. All right, that's really short-sighted. We have been getting things since the Civil War, really before that, actually, but we have always been getting things that we've been pushing forward and changing realities in the system. So it's really idiotic. I don't even entertain it, to be honest with you.
So that's why I'm like, there's 2 elements of it. You can look at the actual policy, and then you can actually look at the individuals.
We literally had segregation. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
Well,
you could not go to places. You could not be a part of places.
But
you can take that as a negative or a positive if you want to, but that's the reality of it. The thing is that places like China, they say, "Nah, we good, y'all white folks, right? Nah, we good, y'all stay over there, right? Japan, nah, we good." What are we talking about? It's stupid. Everybody in the world has been plugged into this type of system. It's one of the best, maybe the best system that's ever existed historically. So we should not discredit us. I understand why it's like this, of course, right? But at the same time, in my mind, it has to be looked at on a bigger picture. There's many non-white nations that are not a part of the Western Empire that, for various reasons, plugged into the system, right? And they're mirroring that system to get the benefit that comes with it. And you have to take the bullshit that comes with it, right?
Yeah.
And so we're here, and this is what it is. And so I can complain all day, but for what though, right?
Yeah. No. I was just saying that I didn't know you didn't really take those people completely seriously, because my whole thing has been like, there's 2 elements of it. You can look at policy, and then, like I said, you can look at individuals who get into positions that they could never get there, get on in any other situation. And then if they're able to parlay that into, hey, now that I've built these relationships, I can go start my own, lobbying firm. Right. I can hire other people.
Access is everything, and you have to work on. You got to, I think it's always going to be a fight, but it's always been a fight for everybody. You know what I'm saying? To get things and to maintain and hold on to things, because somebody's always trying to close the door. So you have to keep fighting. You have to keep fighting, push the door open, and then you can play. People, like you say, you can play however you want to play it, right? You're gonna have some people who are gonna say, "Well, I don't want to play their game," right? I've been hearing that my whole life. But when you really assess the world, it's kind of a stupid statement to make, in my opinion.
But even to your point,
you have to sort of figure out exactly how to use it to your benefit, more so than complain about it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Make an excuse not to do certain things. You know what I'm saying?
I agree the door can be shut, but if someone opens it, at least opens it up that person who's coming along is not starting. They, even if they try to shut it, you don't feel like, because someone has been through it before and you now have a reference, you're not starting from ground zero.
Of course.
That's the benefit of someone walking through the path before you.
And but again, and I'm only really talking about people who want to participate. Because the thing is that you don't want to participate, you want to be anti and be negative. I don't even want to talk to you, to be honest with you. It's a waste of energy. You know what I'm saying? You can have an understanding of what things are, but unless you're gonna and I know what you can't do anyway, so I'm not even worried about even pushing that conversation, right? I know what you can't do. So why even play with it? You know what I'm saying? Work with the system and get what you can get out of it. That's just how I look at it, though. You know, DC or somebody else may have a different thought about it, but I don't think they're in reality at the end of the day when it comes to it. Because I know we both know what's required and what needs to happen, or what if you want to try to manifest destiny. And no one's it's all bullshit at the end of the day. So why ruin, you life is short, why ruin an opportunity that you can take advantage of, especially as you get more access to this particular system?
Well, there's
instead of using excuses why not to engage it, and giving people outs across racial categories, by the way, giving people outs to be negative, to be anti, everybody's against me, the world is against me. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No. You know what this
I've known places that have been, including this place, that has been in concert, has enslaved people, people have been eradicated in places. So atrocities, things happen all the time all over the world. But in the moments of time where you can exploit positions, in my mind, what you fighting for?
Oh wow. Oh wow. Have you you know what ties right into this? Have you seen the interview with Jill Stein on the Breakfast Club?
When?
Oh, it happened recently. Go search on YouTube. You'll see it.
I ain't gonna play it though. Is there anything that's viral enough to have been gotten snipped?
Say again?
Has anything went viral enough?
Oh yeah, if you go on X, if you go on X on your screen and just type in Jill Stein Breakfast Club, there will be clips.
Oh, Jill Stein.
Yeah. Wait, who do you think I said?
Jill. Biden.
Oh, okay. No, Jill Stein.
I was like, I definitely want to see that. Jill Stein is a terrorist. I'm just saying.
Well,
I rock with Jill, even though she has some issues.
No, and the funny thing is, Angela Rye is on there as well.
Jill Stein, I would give her I create one of those letters Angela Rye. That's funny. Yeah, you're right. I got some clips. They're too short though. I hate them short clips. I'm gonna get more of them. Let me see.
Wait, are you sharing it on your screen?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to see if I find like a good clip, because the thing is that Jill Stein can promise you a million things because she has 1% of the vote. You know, I love all the parties. They got movement, right? But they're small still though, and you can't really sell anybody. And offering something, I don't think it's going to move the numbers, to be honest with you. But it does. It does at least, create content, right? Create conversations. I ain't mad about it. I'm not mad about it. All right, I might as well play some of it, right? They're short clips, but I wish I had a way to play a video and not worry about getting snipped. I guess I'd come back to the other videos. Let's see what she said.
Said you repeatedly parroted.
The question that was raised there was did Russian social media have an impact, and was I a beneficiary of that? And the Senate.
But they said you repeatedly parroted Kremlin views and posted a
Well,
campaign
you know
video
what they
from
she's a communist.
Reparations. They consider the civil rights movement actually a Kremlin view. They consider racial disparities a Kremlin view. So these are Department of Defense talking points, and these are unfortunately the DNC talking points as well, which repeatedly tries to smear me as a Russian agent, even though it has been
idiot.
Yes, and this has been very specifically found lacking. And the report, get this, the report that was initially used to supposedly
Is
show
that her VP
that
pic?
Russians had a social media
Yes,
campaign
yes.
supporting me. That was
What
written
does he got on his
by a
head?
cybersecurity firm called the
He
New
got a rap on his
Knowledge
head?
Corporation. New Knowledge had to
That's funny.
disband shortly after publishing that because they were exposed
Nah, you're
for
a Russian
conducting an
asset.
interference campaign themselves in the 2017 Senate election in Alabama. And how did they do that? They pretended to be a Russian influence campaign on social media. So they did exactly what they have accused the Russians of doing. They actually did, and put it under the false guise of being a Russian interference campaign.
AOC been killing Jill Stein. She
Yeah,
still
go down
talking
to this
crazy.
one.
She's still hitting Jill Stein. I was like, hey, they put you on her.
And see, this is exactly what and it is the talking point of AOC the other day, who is taking her marching orders from the
That's
DNC.
right.
This is exactly what they say.
Smacked you
That
right on
we
the
are
head, too.
only
talking
running
about
for
women
president.
of color as parroting talking points instead of us looking at basic math. The one thing.
Come on now. See, I don't want to get into this. I'm trying to stay focused.
She did get her. She did get her on one though. I got.
Who did? Angela?
Yeah, she got Jill on one.
Thing that AOC has done that you haven't is win some elections.
And it.
Dang. Damn. You talking about that part?
No, hold up. I'll send it to you. I'll drop it.
Asked, and she, sort of went around for about 90 seconds, and then she ended by saying, "I will never do anything that only helps Black people." In other words, it was a rising tide lift all boats. We're gonna have social policies and stuff that helps.
You think if Jill Stein gets presidential power, that she's gonna come save us, bro? Stop. Y'all gotta stop.
And she said they behave as though it's incalculable, but it has been calculated by specialists many times. It's between 10 and 13 trillion dollars U.S., and I'm in favor of cash payments to the descendants of the enslaved. So let's have my attention with that, right? The second point is I said, well,
but it's pie in the sky,
at the
though.
forefront of the struggle for Palestinian liberation, and as an anti-Zionist Jewish white woman, that is a powerful statement, especially seeing you get arrested at, pro-Palestine, rally. I said, what's your overall vision of foreign policy? And she said, to dismantle the American empire.
I can't roll with that. That's a Russian talking point. Okay, Melania. Let's see. What else we got?
Okay, I just dropped it in the back chat on StreamYard, the one I want you to
Unless
play.
you live in one of them 4 or 5 swing states, it is already decided that your state is going to go either blue or red before you ever get into the booth. So instead of throwing your vote away on team red or team blue when it don't make no difference in the state that you're in, why not vote for just from the executive office?
Is he protecting a Jewish white woman?
Capitol Hill is I've worked on Capitol Hill. It's very difficult to get what you're trying to achieve. So just for example,
Jill can talk about what you can do just from the executive
Dr.
office.
Ware,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just for an example, I'd love to know how many voting members in the United States House of Representatives?
So we have been blocked. The Democrats throw us off the ballot. They interfere. They put spies and infiltrators on our campaign.
How many voting members?
Compare us.
No. Answer the question. How many voting members in the United States House of Representatives, Republican, Democrat, and Independent? How many total?
How many total are there? What is it? 600 some?
I don't know. It's 435
plus 100 in the Senate, right?
100.
Yeah.
100. Yes, I said House of Representatives.
Okay.
100 in the Senate. Of those 435 in the House, of the 100 in the Senate, how many? Just one moment. I'm not trying to put you on the defense. I'm just saying this because the Hill is my passion. That's where I grew up as a professional, right? How many of them are Green Party members?
Okay, I know where you're going with
I'm
this.
not going
you are
anywhere.
attempting to show that the
Just let
Greens
us
are
answer.
powerless. I want to make a point.
I was not
that
trying
one
to
out
show
of
you're
every,
powerless.
Well, this is usually part of that argument.
What was
to
the
say
point
we
you were
don't
trying to
have,
make, Angela? What was the point?
Don't matter.
Before you rebuttal, Dr. Stein, what was the point?
I want to know how many voting members of the Green Party in the House or the Senate currently exist.
Currently, there are none. However, if you look at the American people, how many are voting against the genocide? Hardly any.
Dr.
How many are
Stein.
voting for healthcare as a human right, which would actually save us
Right.
$500 billion a year? We, the people, are not represented. So not
No,
being there
We
is
are
not a
represented.
strike
That's a
against
lie.
the Green
You're
Party.
lying.
okay, and that's fine.
Stop
How
telling me
many
what I
of
want
them right now,
and
based
listen.
on, and I called it a wish list. It wasn't to be offensive. Is I have a wish list too.
It's
I got one in the ideal man I want
It's
to.
dismissive to
No,
refer to a party platform as a wish list.
That's
Normative.
what I'm
Normative
saying.
language.
What-
No,
Hey,
that is
but
dismissive.
what
That
I'm
is dismissive
saying is,
language.
it's
But you
not
got to be
dismissive. Hear my
realistic,
heart,
pragmatic.
right?
But
I
I can
heard
ask
your
you the
heart
same.
on
You
the
got to be in reality.
mispronouncing of Kamala. Hear my
Cool.
heart.
All right.
Because there are none that currently exist, that means you got to have allies. Who
Oh,
are your
absolutely.
allies in the
Yes.
House and Senate
Excellent
to help to
question.
see
Excellent
if y'all would
question.
have just slowed down a minute? Y'all had guns blazing.
Yeah, that's why I said it. That's why I said it.
I've worked on
but
Capitol
I
Hill.
know
It's
why
very
though.
difficult
'Cause
to
she's
get
been,
what you're trying
you
to
know,
achieve.
Jill,
So this
they just under so much all the time though. You know how that goes. Those kind of folks, they live in the trenches. Live in the trenches.
Oh, I've got another one. This one's unrelated. I got another one I'm gonna send you.
Mhm. Why not?
Oh, this is that. Oh, that was probably it right there. The same thing. Jeff, yes, I have it. I'm sorry, I got this. It's not. Who is this person talking?
About to show you on social media, and you've got to see it, because I have some things I've really got to say. Like, I've seen enough of this and I've got to get this off my chest.
how many voting members?
The other day, who is taking her marching orders from the DNC. This is exactly what they.
I'm not voting for no communist. I'm good anyway.
Wait, there's another one I just dropped in the back.
I'm probably gonna address that. What is assaulted? What is
Semitic pejorative. It's a pejorative. It's not anti-Semitic.
Mediocre.
So even if they rejected him because they're worried about losing Arab American voters in Michigan, we're allowed to criticize his stance on Israel without being accused of anti-Semitism. Yes. Genocide, Josh, it's very inflammatory. It's not a phrase I would use, but it's not anti-Semitic because, hold on, they called Joe Biden Genocide Joe, and Joe Biden is not Jewish. So it's not an anti-Semitic pejorative. It's a pejorative. It's not anti-Semitic. So even if they rejected him because they're worried about losing Arab American voters in Michigan, that's because of his Israel views, not because of his faith. J.B. Pritzker is the Jewish governor of Illinois. He has not said as many inflammatory things about Palestinians or campus protesters as Shapiro. I would have been fine with Pritzker. I wouldn't have been fine with Shapiro. So it's got nothing to do with his faith. It's insane for Trump and Republicans and others.
That's old. August 19th. So old.
Yeah, no, look at the one I just sent you in the back.
Girl. She's always old. You know what? She just said something. I'm gonna get that in 2 seconds.
Yeah, she just had the union guy on.
Was that recent?
Yeah, that one dropped today. Yes, that one dropped today. On her
the jobs that Biden, union density, which we always fail to talk about, is still on the decline. The jobs that Biden, Harris are creating are ununionized jobs. And now we got a bigger threat. We got AI that's about to eliminate 45% of jobs in the next few years, 50% of jobs. Where is the sense of urgency that you getting from the Democrats right now? So we need something different. We need a Labor Party. 70% of Americans don't have a passport. They've never been to other countries. I was one of them. I got my passport at 35 years old. Literally 2 years ago. So, I'm sorry, 34. Just had a birthday. So just
4th of July, right?
Yeah, 4th of July. So to understand that in other countries, there's a Labor Party, there's higher union density. Sweden, shout out to Sweden, that's shutting down Elon. 90% union density is possible. It's possible. They have stronger laws. None of these unions, and I'm sorry, I'm putting all of my union people on blast a little bit. But let me tell y'all this, a secret for those who don't know. Maybe it's a secret, maybe not. You know how many communist countries I visited? A lot. A lot of them. Cuba's one of them.
I wouldn't be putting that out there too much.
Yo, labor leaders, some of them never step foot over there. And I'm not talking about Cuba, but other communist countries with strong unions. Strong unions.
I can't do it, bro. I don't know. It's just, I'm good. I love capitalism. I live in capitalism. I love America. I live in this country. I don't care about nothing y'all talking about. Sorry. I can't do it, bro.
Oh, man. Wait, can you pull up the one I dropped in the back chat?
Faison. What Faison talking about?
You know, I tried to watch the presidential debate, and it just was boring. So I ended up watching reruns of the Cosby Show.
That's funny.
And I was like, wow, this is what's missing in America is the family, the black family. The nucleus is the black family, a structure. And that structure is being destroyed basically because of child support. Women are having these children check babies. They don't care about the kid, they just care about the check. And I was like, wow. I grew up with a mother and father. I never heard my mother once say, I'm gonna leave you and put you on child support. I didn't know what child support was until I was 50 years old. So I had to go to court for it. I'm like, what? I thought this was for deadbeats. I'm here. What the? My point is, Vice President Kamala, I hope I'm saying your name right. Donald Trump, if you want to win the presidential race,
I ain't think about that. That'd be a great campaign for Trump. Why hasn't he said this? It's insane.
You know, I tried to watch the presidential debate.
Someone needs to tweet that to Trump. That would. I don't understand why he's not on those pain.
You know how bad that would make black men look, though.
He said bad. What are you talking about?
Well, if you get rid of child support, we'll vote for you. Like, because that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, but you know how many people are on child support? That's all of all racial groups.
Yeah,
it's millions of people. That would be. He's already tapping into all the men stuff anyway. So why not? I don't know why he's not tapping. That's insane. He talks about everything else. That's a layup.
Well, here's the thing: you're targeting.
The man, look, man. The man is talking about dudes eating ducks, bro. Who gives a shit if he brings up fucking child support? Who cares?
Well, here's the thing.
It's just another issue. It's not that heavy.
Well, here's the thing: you're going to turn off women voters even more than you already are.
Maybe. I don't know about that. I want to see him do it and see what happens. The man has 30 rape charges, bro. So who gives a fuck about child support? He has 30 rape charges, and women vote for him at a 50% clip or whatever the fuck it was, 55% or some shit. So even though he's trying to be careful with the abortion part, he's kind of walking there a little bit.
But here's the other thing: you got to understand.
But it's not like he's not riding the line on it. So why not ride the line on that? I mean, who cares? It's a pain point for people. Why not exploit them? It's shocking thinking about it right now. Why nobody said, "Hey, why don't you try this?"
Well, you got to also think.
That's an easy one.
You have a lot of evangelicals in your base as well who are going to say, "Wait, what?" Because you got to think, child support came from the right, not the left. That was a Reagan.
What year? That was 50 years ago, though.
Yeah, that was Reagan era policy.
Trump don't give a shit about none of that stuff, though. I'm just saying he don't care. It doesn't even matter. It's just anything that gets him attention. So I don't have to litigate child support for him, to be honest with you. Trump just wants something that's going to get attention. So, in my opinion, since it affects so many people, why not say it and see what happens? Because he likes to test things out. Again, I'm gonna just say it again. He just said a bunch of immigrants are eating dogs and cats. You think child support is equivalent to that? You can just say that shit. I mean, come on, that's easy.
Well, I think
The shit that he's been
part
saying about rapists and
oh no, the problem
you think
is
child support is heavy than calling him a rapist
well,
and having rape charges on you?
I think the blowback is bigger because at the end of the day, when you're talking about the people, you're talking about a small minority group, and I'm sure some black people are sitting back. Oh, well, they're just talking about Haitians. They're not talking about Black Americans. So, you know, a lot of people, when you can atomize things,
Trump wants to. Trump wants to. I mean, like I said, I don't think that's what's that heavy, but you try. That's not you making it that heavy. Let me see. Trump wants to deport 20 million people. That's not a lot of people.
Not relative to the size of the United States, no. It is a lot in its in and of
You're
itself.
telling me you can grasp the concept of rounding up 20 million people. You can grasp that concept and what that looks like and shipping them across the border.
Oh no, I think it would. Oh no, I think it would be.
You're downplaying rounding up 20 million people across these 50 states and putting them on buses in cages and taking them across the border. It'll be an all-out war in the country. Are you serious? And you're comparing it to fucking child support? What are we talking about right now?
No, I'm talking about the number of people.
I'm just saying.
No, you're thinking about the impact. I'm talking about just the number of, like, when you talk about the issue.
You're telling me Trump says I'm going to deport 20 plus million human beings that are spread across 50 states. That means that law enforcement and the military, state and federal officials for the entire country of America is going to go door to door and round up people, put them on buses, planes, and trains, and ship them somewhere and cage them. We're talking about infants, 1-year-olds, 3-year-olds, pregnant people to elderly people.
Yeah, they've done that
scale before. In America, huh?
Yeah, they tried that in the 40s.
I'm listening.
Not on that big of a scale. I agree the scale.
So I'm gonna focus again. So now I'm talking about Trump's coming out saying I'm going to deport 20 million people who have lived in this country for decades, some of them, right? Many of them, millions of them.
Yeah.
I'm going to ship them overseas. Ship them somewhere on scale. Pregnant people, sick people, elderly people, young people, all ages, right? I'm going to tank the American economy. All the labor is going to be squeezed out of America.
No, you're thinking through it. No, you're thinking too deep.
And you're comparing that to fucking child support and him saying something about child support.
I'm saying no. You're thinking you're thinking on the surface of impact. I'm just saying when you think about I'm saying when you look at especially Trump's base, they're going to look at that. That's not us. We don't care.
They look at base and say thank you. They do care. That's a lie.
What
are you talking about? There's 15 million white women that are fucking single mothers right now. It's millions of people. Millions of white men who are paying child support. Probably 20 million.
No. I'm talking about I think we're talking basketball. I'm saying that if Trump goes and says, "Hey, I'm deporting 20 million," I'm saying
No, not saying it, doing it.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just talking about saying it.
Yeah, I'm talking about doing it. I'm just talking about the idea, what he's talking about, the ramifications of that.
Oh no, I think
makes child support seem like nothing in my mind.
No, it would that would be
for him just to come out and say something like, I was thinking about maybe, re-looking at child support. I mean, what is he going to say that's that heavy?
If you say I'm getting rid of it, like you're not getting it, period.
He might say I'm going to abolish child support.
Yeah.
So be it. He's just said I want to deport 20 million people. Shit. The motherfucker said he loves Kim Jong-un. I mean, what are we talking about right now? We're really talking about what Trump won't or will say and how it impacts the country. He don't give a fuck about that shit. What are we talking about right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the immigration. That's what I'm saying about the
people fucking hate child support. What are we talking about right now? Mothers hate it, grandmamas hate it, all kinds of people hate child support. It'd be a 50-50 split. Why wouldn't it be? Right down the fucking middle. Maybe. We don't even know. That's why he would test it out and see what happened. Who knows? Who's touched it to even know? Motherfucker just abolished abortion, bro. What are we talking about? Come on, man. Stop it. You're killing me with that shit. Fucking child support, you're talking about abortion. Motherfuckers killing their babies and dumping them in trash cans and shit before abortion laws in place. And you think he won't fucking touch that? That's crazy.
Well, he doesn't have the ability.
Nothing.
He doesn't have the ability to either.
So some
No, he
fucking
doesn't.
payments in the court system compared to people killing their fucking children. And you
No,
want
no.
to compare that to him talking about talking about just throwing it out there about, hey, you know, I think that'll be it's crazy.
No, he doesn't have the ability to. It's a state's issue. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I got you. But if he starts that conversation though, and have states starting to look at it, especially red states, I would love just to see the just how everybody would react to it, because it's something nobody's talking about. So politically speaking, I would just love for just a new issue to bring up. He don't want to make the border a thing. It wasn't a thing. It was down in the border forever. Even though it was a major issue in the political world.
No, he shifted the stance on it because people were talking about a path to citizenship. He said no.
What I mean is that Americans
he brought the whole
general,
idea of no path to citizenship. We got to deport it. He brought that to the forefront.
But Americans in general, as far as I understand, as far as me growing up around it, it didn't seem like anyone really gave that much a fuck about it. He made it an actual issue for everyday people to talk about it on scale.
That's true.
Before that, it was a political thing. It was sort of on the list of politics. You know, you dealt with it. I don't think the common American gave it much thought, to be honest, unless you maybe live in Texas or something, or California. But for him to make it an issue in places where there's not even fucking brown people that live there, it's hilarious. He's telling folks, you're being invaded. And I go look up the statistics in some of the states. I'm like, well, there's nobody there. There's no Latino people even in the country, in the state. What are you talking about? Who are you sitting back? There's nobody there but white people. It's 99.1% white.
Oh, they don't care.
Who exactly are you deporting from the state? There's nobody there. They're all white states, or almost all white states. But he's selling it so hard that it's penetrating. So now you got folks saying, "Oh my God, we're gonna get invaded by foreigners." Like, but is there anybody? What are you talking about? Even in Ohio, they invited the people there to come work. It's just a fucking stupid. It's just
things about them.
Huh?
No, they were saying positive things about the Haitian workers.
It's not. To me, it's not a negative or a positive. They asked them to come there to work.
Yeah.
They would have been fine if they would have went to Miami, to Haiti, or New York, or Boston, or into one of the other states where you have a larger community. They went there to work. And I love it though, because it sort of shows you how, politically speaking, you can turn people up though, you know? Just shows you how easily it is to manipulate groups of people, really. Especially people who don't have much. And you tell them that something's gonna be taken away from them, how they respond to that, you know? Because I knew once he said it was gonna be violence. And I think something's already happened. I think they shut a school down or something today. Matter of fact, let me go look for that video real quick.
No, that did happen. They shut 2 elementary schools down.
Two schools.
Yeah, because they had a bomb threat the other day at town hall. They had to shut that down.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be bad. And I'm looking at Trump like, it's tricky. He want to talk about race stuff. We want to talk about it. Just in a different way. It's very clever. That's why I want to see what this person's going to say in the same video. I think it's going to get race in this thing some kind of way.
Oh, damn. Harris said at a rally, she said, so as president, I will get rid of the unnecessary degree requirements for federal jobs to increase jobs for folks without a 4-year degree.
That's what Obama was working on, but something happened to it.
And it says, and I will challenge the private sector to do the same. See, I think they may have unintended consequences if they do that.
Do what?
If you start taking away some of these degree requirements for some of these jobs,
yeah, Obama was working on that back in.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking I don't know if they think, but I'm seeing the way, because there's things you go and plan to do, and the way it's responded, that may be low key back door or a lifeline to some of these white men who are struggling out here. to where.
Oh no, they're not working. That's not like that.
Oh, you don't think that'll be an angle? Will it become?
No. White men don't work. They're lazy as fuck. So you don't gotta worry about that.
Oh, so you don't see like, oh well, we
white men. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, maybe children that are growing up now, but these people don't work. That's all that shit. I mean, I don't. Like I said, I don't even have the energy for it. People, it just don't work like that, man.
No.
In my opinion, it just don't work like that. No one's gonna go get anything. People that quote that I mean, we're gonna get more of those jobs. To be honest with you, in the day,
really,
maybe some other folks, but
no. I figured there could be a way for a nepotism that hey, we let some white man that's unqualified in. That may be a way for the good old boys club to get around it. I'm not saying we wouldn't benefit, but I'm saying that I wonder if that's an unforeseen thing.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna poo-poo on it. Maybe you might. I can't see it because I don't think white men really work like that. You know, the ones that are doing it, but the rest of them, I don't see them just coming up from nowhere and saying, "Hey, I'm looking for a job." I don't believe it. I believe it when I see it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I believe when I see it. When I see a bunch of white men getting in some line trying to get it, hey, when I see that, I'm all down with you. Who are not already like professionals or already in college or already in the mix. Not those ones. I'm talking about the other half.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't know. I know what you're saying though. You're saying I would assume the ones that are coming up. I would agree with you on that part.
Yeah, because
the ones that are coming out of the ones that are graduating high school, the ones that are coming out of high school right to this at this exact moment. Then I do see from that perspective.
Because
sure.
I was going to say
that.
Because what happened?
Grown white men? No, they don't.
Because what happened? What I've seen happen in my job before is that like they'll sort of do that, and a lot of times you'll see these guys who they had never been to college, but they had worked for the company for years.
Oh, for sure.
On the floor, and then it was like, oh, okay, well, you used to be working on the production floor, but we'll let you come into this salary office job just because of experience. You know,
they've been doing that, but they've been doing that shit.
Slid in that way.
I just want to see it. I just want to see it on scale. So that's always what happens. That's always been a thing. But I want to see them. I want to see a mass movement. I'm just not buying it. Them motherfuckers are lazy as fuck. Don't want to do nothing. They want handouts. So I believe that shit when I see it. But you could be onto something, making it easier for them. I just need to see it though. I won't lie to you.
No, that's
they're not really that motivated to work. They're literally looking for ways to not do anything. That's what I notice. You might observe something different, but that's my observation. They're always trying to get over. So they might, but I mean, I feel like it hasn't been that difficult to get into the government anyway. But I just don't feel like they want to put that kind of time in. To be honest with you.
Oh no, she's talking about government and private because she said she was going to try to press the private sector to do similar. So.
Yeah, I think the group of white men and white women who are already on the right pathway, I think they'll be fine. But all that fallout, I would be impressed to get the fallout to go to work. I'd be impressed by that. Because a part of me believes why they keep whining and bitching and screaming about the past is because they had very, 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 very Homer Simpson jobs, right? Where you just push a button, all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
$50 an hour, right? That's what they're used to doing. That's why it's so much fallout historically. They cover it by talking about other people. But they're the lazy ones, obviously, and the ignorant ones and the uneducated ones, obviously. And so they're just very smart at covering a lot of this shit up. But when you really dig into it, it's fucking obvious. And once things got difficult, meaning that you had to go get more training, you had to get a higher skill job, boom. Drug addiction, depression, suicides, running through these rural areas, bitching and whining and complaining about every fucking thing. Now that's my pattern that I've seen. You may have, like I said, seen something different, but
no, I think that's fair. Like, because that's what people are kind of low key hoping with Trump and all these things is, hey,
we'll bring you, bro. Trump can't make you work. It don't even matter if they all come. It doesn't even matter. Put it this way, which is not going to happen, right?
No, I'm talking about the manufacturing.
We brought back 1,000 manufacturing jobs, 1,000 manufacturing companies to hire 1 million people. You know what would happen? You know what would happen? Open the borders. We need illegals. Fill the jobs. Fill them up. Train them up, and let's get them working. Them lazy white motherfuckers would be bitching about every other reason around. Oh, I got benefits on my back. I got issues. And the kids will be like, oh, I'm on medication. I got mental illness. Come on, bro. Haven't you seen this already? You motherfuckers don't want to do shit. Fucking the fucking white business owners had to go to India to get labor because these lazy white folks don't want to go to school and learn math and science. There's a shortage. There's a lot. Matter of fact, on high end jobs, there's a lot of job openings on high skilled labor. If it was a racial thing and whites are so fucking smart, those jobs would be filled. But I know people in very high end fields who they're always complaining about not having for decades, by the way, not having certain things filled, and they can't fill them obviously because they can't go to India for these type of positions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So since literally for 40 years. There is 5 specific fields that require high levels of math and science. In America, they can only hire Americans, and they can never hire enough in 4 major agencies. And white men are here, right? So I mean,
yep.
they got access to all the colleges, right? Everything, the best nutrition, right? The best schools, middle school, the whole thing, right? It's a shortage. It's been that way for literally 40 years. And so what you would say is that, oh, well, they're outsourcing, or they're going to India or going wherever to get, say, whoever, whatever, pick a field, right? And it's like, oh no, it's just that a lot of white Americans are just lazy as fuck. I can take you to, well, you're in the area, right? I can take you to a place where a whole building of doctors are all foreigners. Now, is it a conspiracy?
Oh no, they're
all.
Or
is it just that white men won't work?
Oh, no.
Which one is it?
No.
So now white men have poor educational systems too. They have poor college access.
No.
It's hilarious, bro.
It's not just the building.
Hilarious,
no, it's not just the building. Go to a medical school. Like,
that too, of course.
Just go to a medical school and see like a third of the class is Asian. You're like, wait, let me do the math. These people are like 5% of the population. What? A third of the medical school class?
So what white men do is they have a very clever skill of being able to kind of cover and hide things, right? As we know, affirmative action is what 2% of a university that's 98% white. It's a dumbass conversation we even have. But what that allows you to do is to hide and cover all that white failure. They have done a massive job of convincing people of the thing, but it's so right in your face, so it's not even funny. And it's so obvious. The level of failure is extremely high, and we have to have immigration. Because Americans, specifically white men, will not work. They just won't work. They just want to complain and bitch. Because the jobs are there, especially high-end jobs, that white men run those companies that would hire them based off of them being, from a racial perspective, right? They would get picked first as far as the statistics they tell us about, right?
Yeah.
But the job, but this is the thing, but the jobs I'm talking about, you can't fake them though. That's the difference. It's not sales. It's not marketing. It's not real estate. You can't fake the job I'm talking about. So you can't come in there with the whole idea where how the white man has the high school diploma and the black man has the college degree. What I'm talking about, you gotta really actually have.
Yeah, you're talking about technical jobs. Jobs that retire.
You gotta really have.
Yeah,
well, not just technical, but certain things. Yeah, plus
technical skills. Yeah. Yeah, technical skills.
And high level comprehension skills too as well. So you can't just
critical thinking.
It don't work like that.
Problem solving, critical.
You can't.
Thinking.
The whole fake. It's no such thing as the fake it till you make it shit. Is what I'm talking in the world I'm talking about. But it's extremely high paid stuff though.
Yeah.
And you have white men who struggle because they're not good at. A lot of them are not good at math, not good at science, and we just don't talk about it because they just covered up talking about quote unquote the blacks and the browns bullshit propaganda. Unfortunately. Even though we're like fucking 5% of the fucking population, it's hilarious to me.
Vouchers, but I can show you a whole bunch of people that have been, the homeless problem. I don't know of a single homeless Haitian in this town because they all got vouchers. But I can show you a whole bunch of people that have been displaced because I'm that guy, Rob. For 25 years I worked with the homeless in this community. A lot of people don't know because I'm not the guy out there blowing the horn because it ain't about me. It's the Jesus in me that goes out there and does it. Trust me, there's days I'm tired. But I'll get into homeless camps that nobody in a suit and tie will walk into. None. They trust me because I've never let them down. You know,
What are
and
you, their pet owner or something?
guys, if you don't think it's here right now, in October, we are getting ready to hit a wall here. There is not any relief for the homeless. The homeless people in this community are not the people you think they are. The squatters that aren't happening. It's not there. There's veterans. Come see me. I'm not real hard to find. Ask anybody on the street. They'll tell you how to get a hold of me. I'll take you there. And no, they don't want your toothpaste and your peanut butter sandwiches. They want you to come up with a solution to why they're displaced, why they lived in a house. I personally know, and I'll testify under oath, my hand to God, somebody that lost their house. They were there 7 years. The landlord said, hey, I need you to move out, find a temporary place. I'm going to remodel it, and then you can come back. It was a lie. They moved him out, tripled the rent.
Ooh,
You know what's so funny about what
that
he's saying?
could have been a corporation. Like,
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny what he's saying now? That's why I love white victimhood. Is that he's mad because somebody, I would have just said to him, you ever heard of gentrification? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Stop whining. The way people get moved around this country.
Well, part of it too is I'm like,
it's funny.
You don't even function. I think it's even if you're going to argue that, yeah, it's like, because you could argue, okay, fine. Your point is basically like your city has turned into a boom town almost. Like you've had some industry that has popped up. There's not enough housing to support it. Why are you focusing on the Haitian issue? It should just be, hey, people are coming in. We need more housing. We're having a shortage, which happens everywhere. And let's find a solution versus like.
Well, you always attack the weakest though. So immigrants from day one, European immigrants and others alike, it's always been like that though. That's why I don't get overly. It doesn't really get overly emotional or sensitive, but it's entertaining to watch all of it play out. It's unfortunate as well, but it's just how it always is with immigrants. So.
Because I mean that
they're not going to start too much trouble. They're going to keep their head down. They're going to just suck it up and deal with it, and that's just the rite of passage in my opinion in America. And it will also push them to join. We'll see. Push them to join the black group. It'll help forge them into our group as well, which is a good thing. We need the numbers, so I ain't mad about it. Because I want all black immigrants, Latino blacks, African blacks, Asian blacks, European blacks. I love it because I want them to get a good understanding of what this look like when you're in this country and in Europe as well. By the way.
Yeah,
they're really getting it in Europe, but America has a system in place to help forge you in by race. And in Europe, I'm not totally sure exactly how that really works. Yep. We're going to forge you into a racial category, which will provide protection, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yeah, Mike V is asking for the link if you don't mind.
Oh, God, I dropped it in a sec for sure. He posted his whole show on there. Okay, Tyler. I like his crazy ass videos. That's a good video. I'm gonna play the whole video. That's a good video. I'm glad he posted that video. And you know what's so funny is that you can propagandize damn near anything. It's kind of funny actually. Especially with social media. Social media is ruthless. You're talking about making you stupid, boy. This shit is extremely stupid. Come on, I had no shit 300 down on the Haitian migrants. Now, come on in. Bring all that melanin in here. Come mix with some of the light skinned folks, with their color badges. Temporary protect status, $300,000. That's right, they have protection. That's right, they're in protected status. One of the guys was saying. And I was watching a few days ago. There's some good numbers though. 800,000. 2016 Haitian reporter. Is that Tristan? That's funny. Cat working hard. This video is hilarious. Let them come in.
Migrants,
I just want to help give them black
55,000.
status.
And then more recently, we extended temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason. They need protection.
They're so busy with about Haitians that they haven't heard much all about what.
The police department in Henderson, North Carolina is trying to cover up a lynching. Javian McGee, 21 years old, from Chicago, Illinois, is a truck driver who was en route and working in North Carolina. Henderson, North Carolina, was found hanging from a tree. He did not put himself there, and they are trying to make us believe that he did. These people are trying to say that that boy just randomly went to Walmart while he was working, got a rope, and decided just to hang himself. I don't know about y'all, but that sounds like some pure D bullshit. The coroner did not even want this boy's family to see his body. Black people
They're
have
so busy
been
wondering
hunted
about,
in
is
this
this a
country
real
since we've
Bigfoot?
arrived.
Or is this like made up? It's funny. I was waiting for the voodoo to come. I knew voodoo was coming. I knew that was coming. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Millions of car crashes a year. It's just funny to me. All this started from this little kid getting killed. People got too much free time on their hands.
Ooh. He's at the wrong spot.
Wow, son. What is this on the grill?
Presidential debate format moving forward. If you like it, comment below. Let's go through it. So what is really the true outcome of this debate? Like, what are we trying to test? Because whatever they do is because they're going to be in that situation in the future. So we're testing how they're going to handle that in the future. So do you think if Kamala Harris or President Trump sits in front of Xi or Putin, someone's going to sit there and say, I'm a moderator. You guys only got 2 minutes. President Putin, you went over 2 minutes. Stop. Mr. President Xi, you went over 2 minutes.
Bro, you need to shut up.
I think Mike's in the back.
Is he? Oh. That's great. I mean, you got me going on right about this. Let me get back.
Oh, I saw that.
Was there anything else I want to look at? It's an FBA town hall. What's this? Sir Major. How did they talk?
Oh, I'm sure this is
Haitians and FBA town.
that. I think that guy Sir Major's a white supremacist.
People in this room to be on the terror watch list because you didn't say some shit.
Is that what it
I
is?
thought so.
We don't know what you
I could
said,
be wrong.
brother. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know if you was praying or if you was making a threat against my life. I don't know what you were saying. So we're gonna keep the conversation going. Let's go to who did I say was going to go next? Sophia, you're up next.
Hey, thanks again, brother Shalom. Hey, look, I wish that Terrell lady was still up here, only so I could give her a slight pushback
Damn.
because see, she's trying to make us FBA look like we're some fools because she said, going back to the lady in Canton that was eating the cat,
Wow,
she
look at
said
this
she was
yard.
trying to make it seem as if we don't know what we're talking about, that she was probably FBA. But as she
That's a
knows,
hell of a troll
since she's an
job right there,
attorney,
bro.
I mean, I would assume that she would know this, that for the past 10 years, whenever police departments arrest someone melanated or black, they don't make a differentiation of whether they're one of us or an immigrant. They just put black, and we are the ones who have to do the digging and the research
See, this is what I
to
don't agree
find
with.
out so we could
These
draw a
people are
sharp divide between
the,
us and them so
no,
these
these people are
immigrants
thinking,
aren't
hey,
dumping their melanated trash onto our community. That's always been so. I
It's
think that
interesting.
her saying that was very disingenuous. And I left a
It is
message
interesting.
that there was an influencer who went to
Only social media can
Springfield,
make this
spent about 3
honest.
hours canvassing the neighborhoods and talking to people. And yeah, mainly he was talking to Caucasians, white folks, but he had talked to a few blacks or whatever in Springfield, and he compiled it into a 30-minute video that's accessible on
Volume. I should have turned
the
it
X
down.
app, where these people were saying that their cats and animals, their dogs were coming up missing, and that people were, grabbing their dogs and putting them in there, and that there had even been some cases where there had been some attempted kidnappings of these animals, and neighbors, the community had to come together and run these people off to rescue the animal. And this
Nothing like a Trini
influencer
girl.
was doing this video in direct response to David Muir, which is the head correspondent for ABC World News. And David Muir didn't even want to stand up to that. So, yeah, I think this Tara lady, if she's going to come and speak, this is your state, Samaja, and I'm not one to regulate whatever. But I think that people should just, come, and not be disingenuous and come with sincerity at the forefront. And if she's sincerely ignorant or naive to the facts or to the situation, she should caveat her whole talking point in her dribble with that instead of
People
trying to
are
sound like she's trying.
psychos, man. It's just a bunch of psychos on the internet.
Also for witchcraft purposes, voodoo purposes. Understand this. If you don't want to take my word for it, go out there, meet a Haitian, talk to them about it. This is not something they aren't proud of. It's their
Why should
culture.
they not be proud of
They
voodoo? Are you
eat
stupid?
these animals and they use the blood and bones
Yeah,
of
it's
these.
called a blood sacrifice. What you worrying about it for? Okay, let's think a couple more together. Struck and kill. Okay, allegedly struck and kill. Haitian. I guess it does show you the power of the word black. If you put this, if you start putting the word, you remove these words and put the word black there, I wonder one of y'all be so comfortable.
Many are criminals. I'm angry.
That's fun. Listening to a bunch of immigrants talk about immigrants is hilarious.
There's cats.
Oh, you know what? Let me find that guy. Let me find that guy. Where is he? That's some funny stuff. This one right here.
In a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting around the
Don't wave at me, you sorry sand monkey.
There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods, collecting cats, skinning them and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless sand monkeys.
They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance, even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out.
Man, for nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to make
Bro,
this
you don't pay
race
taxes.
issue.
You don't even
It's not
have a
race issue.
job.
It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
Since June, they took me off. I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability.
You're a veteran, and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting, and just came in here.
Yeah.
I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio.
Help yourself. Pull yourself up. What are you talking about? Stop whining.
7,000 working class Americans until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it? No, why'd you kill it?
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating
Dangerous rhetoric, boy.
Causing car accidents left and right, and driving locals out of their homes by paying above-market rental prices with welfare subsidized by the American taxpayer. Are these Haitians eating cats? How did they travel 2,000 plus miles from Haiti all the way to Ohio? And do the locals and their new Haitian neighbors get along? I pulled up to Springfield myself to see if this was real or overblown fake news. A lot of this is alleged because I truly don't know what's going on, and neither does Twitter. Twitter is relying off of a few images and a few Reddit threads, and there are rumors that Haitians are taking neighbors' cats and eating them. Are you from Haiti by chance? Does everyone get along here in Springfield?
Yes.
Good?
Good. Motherfuckers are worthless. Bunch of worthless sand monkeys. Yeah.
When did the Haitian neighbors come and move here?
I'm going to say probably 5 months ago.
Okay. I spoke to a few of them in French.
They're everywhere. They're up there. Don't wave at me, you sorry sand monkey. I tell them like it is, man. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I want them to know I don't like them. Pack up and move back to Haitieville, wherever the you're from.
Why did you come here to Springfield?
Springfield pour me venir travailler, pour me chercher la vie meilleure. Moi, c'est haïtien.
Okay. Okay. Do you plan on living here for much longer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbor's cats and a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false?
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Peut-être mon qui doit avoir un problème d'éducation qui fait faire ça même pas quoi. C'est vraiment difficile que ça t'arrive.
Okay.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van
Man, stop lying.
over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen. Yeah, watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. I don't. No.
You don't mess around.
No.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are eating cats and can't drive. Is that true? True or no?
No.
No? Okay.
I believe it. Like, I've heard rumors about them taking the geese and killing them and eating them. So I try to stay clear away because I've even heard about them eating the eggs over there. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of disturbing. They're not.
There he is. This is your guy right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So far, so good. I haven't had no issues, but they kind of know us.
And are they chill?
All right, I guess. I don't pay no mind to them.
You know, and they're everywhere. They take our fucking apartments. The landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. You know, it's bullshit. You know, you go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries because, you know, they give them $3,000 a fucking month plus food stamps. I'm an American, just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever the they're from, and they get everything. They get medical care paid and everything. You know, it's bull.
Where'd they get the money?
The government. They said it's a fucking program for them to
for like migrants, like asylum seekers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're like roaches, man.
Yeah, I get along with them.
Damn.
They don't go pulling their crazy machetes when they're out mowing their grass with it.
Have they brought out machetes?
Oh yeah, that's how they trim their yard. They
actually.
Yeah, it surprised me they let them all in.
Wait,
but I think that if they're going to
that's how
come
you-
in, they
you
should
pull
be
out a
legal
machete to
and
go
not
trim your yard.
illegal.
Come on,
and I
man.
don't see why they're giving them all this money and everything like that when our people are the ones suffering for all this for them coming in. I'm getting ready to be homeless. They're getting ready to sell my house because of the Haitians.
You think a Haitian will move in?
Yeah, they're coming Wednesday to look at it.
Actually?
Yeah. And when they buy this house, we'll both be out here on the streets. We ain't got nowhere to go. We want fixed income.
Are Haitians paying rent? Are they paying their bills? Are they being paid to live here?
They're being paid to live here. I don't see why they'd have to pay rent if they're being paid to be here.
Who's paying them?
The government. And that's our biggest issue too, is they're taking our schools over and they're running the Americans out of our own countries, it feels like.
This country has gone to hell. 12 motherfuckers live there, and there's another 7 or 8 lives right here in this corner house, and 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there.
Do you think you'll sell the house to a Haitian family one day?
Hell no. I wouldn't give them motherfuckers the sweat off my balls if they was dying of thirst.
Damn.
I'm for real, man. I
get it.
am fucking sick of them.
This is
You know, I don't give a fuck if they put a Haitian in every fucking house. I'll be the only white person here.
Twitter is saying that Haitians are kidnapping the neighbors' cats and eating them. Is that true or false? I gotta ask the hard questions here. No.
Non.
Okay. Why is everyone coming here?
Haïtien vin ici pour travail, mais manger chat, non. Parce que non, pas manger chat, non, chat, non. Si nous besoin viande, manger viande, aller dans Walmart, nous acheter, mais manger chat, haïtien, pas manger chat.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Moi, j'ai quitté Haïti parce que dans le moment pays, ti on ti jan gen problème politique, te gen des autres qui ont passé, so, j'ai juste essayé quitter jusqu'à ce que ça arrangé pour me retourner dans le pays.
Barbecue? Civil war? Like,
Moi, par contre, il y a de monde seulement juste un problème, mais c'est déplacé. Mais je ne pas aucun nom de personne qui a fait ça.
Okay. Okay, so just family and friends told him to come here to Springfield? Could you ask him that?
Yeah, his friend.
I see. Okay. Merci.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't eat cat.
Okay. She clarified, I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there. Yep.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner
Okay.
everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment.
Sure.
And then on top of that, with the rise of immigrants and they get assisted living freely, it makes it harder for people like me or somebody else who doesn't get assisted living to find affordable housing.
Are they driving the housing costs up around here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like nobody.
Big time?
Yeah, like
What are we talking?
okay. Honestly, in my opinion, it'll be a surprise if I don't get kicked out so they can boost up the rate on this place. They'll probably fix it,
I see.
get it where it's looking better, and boost the rate up on it. They pay $1,200 a month.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Pero el first time me doy como primera vez te pusieron como 500, segunda 300.
Okay. ¿Cuántos Haitians vive aquí en las 2 años?
No tengo un mensual, pero yo nuevo por ahí.
Okay. ¿De dónde eres?
En Haití.
Haiti?
Sí.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Tengo 2 meses.
¿2?
Sí.
Did anyone tell you to come here to Springfield, Ohio?
Sí.
Did a friend tell you to come move here for a job? How did you learn about Springfield?
Yo tengo mi padras por ahí.
Okay. How much is it to rent an apartment here in Springfield? How much do you pay for rent?
Pero todavía yo no pagué, pero yo vivo con mi padre, mensual cada mes 700.
Is anyone eating cats out here?
No.
Okay. Falso.
Falso.
Falso información. Okay. Do you know many other Haitians here?
Yes.
Yeah. Big community?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And why are so many Haitians coming here to Springfield in particular?
Apil Haitien vini sit lan, se paske yo di sit lan gen job Haitien, debi li vini la ka travay, sa vin permet ki gen lot Haitien ki vini. Se rezon sa ki fa apil Haitien vini lo isi.
Okay. Thank you. How long have you lived here?
10 ans.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Non. Avant, oui, maintenant non. Non, avant, j'étais con bon, pour le moment, non, je travaille.
Is it true that the Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats?
Oh.
No? Información falso?
Ouais, on va connaître ça.
Okay. Do they not collect the trash?
Chaque lundi, il ramasse par terre.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, m'a cherché la vie, m'a pas venu ici à direct. Chercher la vie pour ça, m'a ici.
Ah, okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. You got a cat right there, unaffected. He's chilling, not eating.
It's ridiculous. They
Yeah.
can't even
I
take
ain't-
care of the
yeah.
American citizens before they're bringing in waves and waves of immigrants. And then look at it. There's so many
I'm
people,
all for-
veterans, mostly white people
Yeah.
that are homeless, living on the streets, has nothing to eat. But these people have brand new houses, brand new cars. I'm having a hell of a time finding a job because they want the Haitian. They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5,000 on their food assistance card,
$5,000?
$5,000. Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards? Or
Tell me.
even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
You all get along out here or what?
We don't socialize with them that much. I mean, they walk up and down the street, they do their little thing. That's it, you know. We keep.
How long you lived out here in Springfield?
Oh, I've lived in Springfield all my life. I'll be
Okay.
60 in 2 weeks.
$5,000?
$5,000.
Wait,
With
Paradox, who is
homeless
this?
living on the street.
Chaque lundi, il y aura ma
You're on mute.
Say what?
Who is this guy?
That's Tyler. He does a lot of. He does crazy YouTube videos
Is he like? Does he like?
where he goes to all type of crazy places and does these interviews.
I mean, is it always
He's a
politics
crazy white- he's
or?
a crazy white boy. No, he's making a lot of money off YouTube videos.
Oh, okay.
But he'll go to Chicago. He'll go to the south side of Chicago. He'll go to the what's that place in California that's lawless? What is it called? It's some desert town. You know, he'll
Like
go out there and
Bakersfield or
that's
something?
it's way out in no man out near the Mojave.
Death Valley?
Yeah, out of Death Valley. Yeah, where is that thing? What is the name of that damn place? I can't think of the name of it. Some rundown place where a lot of junkies and druggies go out to. But anyway, so just wherever. Anything that's gonna get clicks on videos. So.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he posted this. I watched this on his channel probably like 3 or 4 days ago.
No, I did post one more link, Paradox, if you look in the back chat. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this one.
Okay, I'll play it in a second. I want to hear this white woman talk again.
C'est pas tout.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, m'a cherché la vie, m'a pas venu ici à direct. Chercher la vie pour ça, m'a ici.
Ah, okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. You got a cat right there, unaffected.
Mercy,
He's chilling,
mercy.
not eating.
It's ridiculous. They
Yeah.
can't even
I
take
ain't-
care of the American citizens before they're bringing in waves and waves of immigrants. And then look at it. There's so many
I'm
people,
all for-
veterans, mostly white people that are homeless, living on the streets, has nothing to eat. But these people have brand new houses, brand new cars. I'm having a hell of a time finding a job because they want the Haitian. They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5,000 on their food assistance card,
$5,000?
$5,000. Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards? Or
Tell me.
even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
You all get along out here or what?
We don't socialize with them that much. I mean, they walk up and down the street, they do their little thing. That's it, you know. We keep.
How long you lived out here in Springfield?
Oh, I've lived in Springfield all my life. I'll be
Okay.
60 in 2 weeks.
When did all the Haitians come in?
About 5 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
And when they packed, they hit this neighborhood hard.
Why?
Outrageous rent. They went through, they painted them, cleaned them up a little bit, rent them to them. And they pay the rent.
I heard on Twitter that cats are getting kidnapped. Is that
Yes,
true?
Yes, my mom
You're
actually
laughing.
seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cats,
For what?
skinning them and eating them. Snyder Park. our actual park. If a Haitian is caught walking the grounds down there, they can get arrested because they're going down there and they're killing the Canadian geese so they can take them home and eat them.
I wouldn't be surprised though, because we used to have a lot of cats around here. And especially down here at the end of the street, that lady had probably 50 of them. Now she's lucky to have 5. And the geese down at the park, they're declining. So I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this could come to another American town near you?
This come everywhere, man.
Yeah. It's the future of America.
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
Interesting.
My country's going down, and I can't wait till Trump gets back in there.
90% of the auto accidents are Haitian involved.
Okay.
And I've almost gotten hit by several of them walking because I walk a lot and they're going the wrong way down one-way streets, and they think they own the streets. And when they got chased out, he hit the curb. When they got chased out, she heard one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them just blasted off. What the fuck?
They've knocked down my grandmother's fence.
Yeah.
That brick wall back there, they've drove
Yeah.
into it.
Why?
They've hit cars around here. I mean, they cannot drive. Whoever's giving them driver's license ought to have theirs taken off.
But look, every time a country moves into another country, talk about we're taking over, that shit leads to war.
100%.
Like when you have the old black dudes siding with the old white redneck and they're talking about joining teams, that's when you know everything is going to go downhill, and it's going to go downhill quick.
Real. We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple weeks ago being down. And I ain't saying that it's right and I ain't saying it's wrong. But look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
My mom was telling me she was coming home the other night and seeing a carload of Klan members.
Oh, Klan members.
Yes.
Oh, so there's full-on war going down right now.
That's what it's coming to.
Okay.
And it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre migración de muchas Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Sí, no.
¿De dónde eres?
Haití.
Haití. Okay. ¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Un mes.
¿Qué es la razón que vive aquí?
No, yo no vivo por acá. Yo tengo sobrino que vive ahí. Yo vengo a visitar.
¿Visitan? ¿Cuántos dólares tú recibes cada mes del gobierno?
No, todavía, porque yo tengo el proceso, pero no me manda todavía. Estoy aquí.
Oh, ¿nada? Nada. ¿Cómo es posible que vive en las casas con nada de dinero?
Aquí yo no sabe nada. Yo vengo a visitar a una persona. Yo no vivo acá.
Okay. ¿Por qué tú manejas el coche con mucho rápido?
No fui yo que estaba manejando.
Mucho rápido en esa street.
No estaba manejando, es mi primo.
Ok. ¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, ok, lo siento. Gracias por tu tiempo. I'm trying to interview locals out here and hear their thoughts about the Haitians that have moved in.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I lived here for 24 years.
Yeah.
I lived in LA for 38 years.
Got it.
It is causing probably some problems. I personally noticed it because it took me months on end to find an apartment to live in.
Sure. The available housing supply has gone down and the prices have gone up, or what?
I'm not 100% sure about the prices going up. I mean, I hear rumors that there's landlords ripping off some of the Haitian people, like trying to put multiple families in a house and charging them too much money. I don't know if that's true. It's just stuff I've heard. But yeah, it has affected the market because, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. Couldn't tell you. I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Pavon.
Pavon. Oh, you own this?
Yeah.
You'd be a great person to talk to, then.
Yeah, for sure.
We've heard a lot of the Haitians that have moved here recently come here often.
Yeah.
What's going on here in Springfield?
There's just like an influx of the population, the Haitian community. I mean, they're protected status here, so they're just like, obviously I've filled up the town with it, and yeah, that's where we're at right now, pretty much.
You own this laundromat?
Yeah, so my dad owns this laundromat. I own the sneaker store next to it, so I run both things right now. So yeah.
Are your customers primarily Haitian? What's the split?
Before, I would say the last like 2-3 years, primarily whoever was in town, but yeah, there's a huge influx in the Haitian community. That's like primarily our like customers like nowadays. So yeah, I will say there's 100% of divide in our town. Thing is, like, I just hope that whatever you guys do cover, something good comes out of it, right? Like in the next 5 to 6 years, hopefully there's some sort of unity between everybody. Hopefully there's some sort of change. That's the biggest thing. Like, I feel like you guys should cover. Just some sort of like way to bring people together. This is the guy you want to talk to.
How you doing, man? We're
You know
filming a
this guy?
YouTube video. We're trying to see what's going on here.
This a guy.
Oh, wait,
guy
you running for
YouTube.
mayor? Oh yeah, I tried to find you. I know who you are. So out of pure luck, I met up with Anthony Harris, the guy who went viral for giving this speech at Springfield's town hall.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
And who's been going live on Facebook documenting the constant car crashes from the new Haitian drivers. We headed to the BMV to see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses in cars so quickly after moving here despite speaking zero English.
Question for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians? They can't drive? This guy right here, by a Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
You got a cat right beside you. Stop! Do not. Stop, bro. Stop, dude.
You said that shit, not me. You take that back. I did shit.
I'll tell you that, man. Bro, come on, bro. We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some jokes.
Let's go see what's up. How y'all doing? Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti or?
No, they cannot.
Do they have to undergo the same test?
I'm not allowed to answer the personal questions outside of the office.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
I do not.
Okay.
I really don't know. No, but I know they're getting them quick.
They're getting them quick, right? We asked.
Sir, you are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir.
In the go outside. Sorry. Are they able to transfer their licenses from Haiti to here?
No, not without taking the test. But that's the only question I can answer. I can't answer anything else.
Do you know how the Haitians are getting their driver's license so fast?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you.
I wish I knew.
Are they driving pretty good out here or what? No.
Do they not speak English in Haiti? Like, what's going on? Like,
Why is that,
people
do you
can
think?
speak more than one language.
Don't know how to drive in general.
Okay.
Like they're I see them driving over there, trying to learn how to drive, but I don't know. Think they have to drive at all.
Okay.
I don't even think they should have a license. No lights when they be driving around and nothing.
Do you think it poses a threat to public safety?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles, and there's just been nothing but a hassle since they've been here. It's been horrible.
How would you rank their driving from 1 to 10?
A -10. They're horrible.
Do you have to take a driving test here? Oui? Español, sí. ¿Cómo es posible que recibir tu licencia muy rápido?
No, es que por ahora no sé, es que lo que necesito viene acá para preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias. So, with more confusion gained than answers explaining how these Haitians are passing their driver's tests, I headed down to the Springfield Welfare Center where Haitians are apparently clogging the lines for locals, exhausting the town's resources, and overwhelming the employees.
Question. Where are you guys from? Haiti? Haiti?
Let me say this, man. This argument or this claim that Haitians are eating cats, and at the same time they have these sort of quote unquote magic money cards, they're in conflict. Okay, either they have magic money cards or they're eating cats. Which one is it? It can't be both. You can't say that they're racking up $5,000 worth of food stamps but they're eating cats too. What sense does that fucking make, man? These people make no fucking sense, man. I don't even know how Paradox you can even watch this type of stuff. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's all anecdotal, Mike. Like, I'm like, can we like pull some data that shows like, okay, the like car accidents, because we have an accident that should be reported, like, you know, police report, all of that. Like, can we have something other than, oh, okay, I see a few videos of cars, you know, wrecked, and so all of a sudden Haitians can't drive, or, you know, I mean, I don't know enough about, you know, Haiti itself, but I would imagine English is spoken there as well as I mean, the idea that someone only knows French, only knows, you know, one language, English is spoken a lot of places.
Well, Creole is a dominant language in Haiti, but the thing here is English is not the official language of the United States, so it doesn't matter if they speak English or not. There's no official language to the United States at all. It's just a majority language that's spoken. I'm not saying you saying this. I'm saying that the dude in the video is acting like, well, you know, about them speaking English or not, in order to get their license. But that's not necessarily true. That's what you have interpreters for. But see, these sort of videos are what create the misinformation space.
Yeah.
That's what's creating all this misinformation. It's people like him. If he had Boston has one of the largest populations of Haitians in the country. I think it's like the third largest or the fourth largest. Had he been walking around Boston with a camera and a microphone like that, there's a high probability somebody would have stole on him, somebody would have shanked him, or somebody would have shot him. That he was not going to, he wouldn't be able to get away with that. And so I don't know, see, the Haitians on that video don't know enough
to not know better. They don't see the propaganda.
To ignore him, and there's not enough Haitians there who can advocate for them against somebody like him walking around with a camera and a microphone. That wouldn't have happened here in Boston. Somebody would have stolen this dude. And so, these white people in the video, I just, you got to understand, man, a lot of folks in this fourth industrial revolution have figured out that they are no longer viable within this new economy. And so these folks are just mad that there's no place for them in society anymore. And they think somebody's taking something from them. But historically speaking, that's exactly what Europeans did. They came here and they took, the land and the resources from other people. So what are they talking about?
I mean, I don't get the woman's comment. Like, I mean, yeah, I definitely think there's probably some exploitation from the landlords of like, hey, we're going to kick these people out. I mean, this is the same thing that happened in Chicago with the Great Migration. People see, okay, let's raise rent. But the fact that they have to like bring these people here to recruit them for jobs kind of tells like, wait, why didn't they just recruit the local population if, these people were like, down? I mean, that'd be way cheaper than trying to integrate a new population. I think that kind of speaks to the fact that, you had to bring this many people here. And then to the other point as well, like, I mean, part of these people are living this, like that guy said he's lived there for 60 years. Part of these people have probably never seen a black person in their life, to be honest with you, or, very limited. So it's like, I don't see how, I mean, I guess maybe because they're not used to it in a small town, but it's like you have waves of immigrants that come through, New York City, Washington, D.C., all your Houston, Texas, all your major metropolitan areas, and, they integrate in fine. So, but all of a sudden it's, oh, these people can't drive and there's an accident, and you took 3 car accidents.
I can believe the accident portion of this, right? Because American driving standards are very confusing to a lot of people who are not from here. They don't understand why the roads are set up the way that they are. And there's actually a recent book that just came out called, I think it's called "Death by a Traffic Engineer" or "Killed by a Traffic Engineer" or something like that. And he's an actual PhD in traffic engineering, and he talks about how the American system is just designed poorly. It's designed to be very confusing. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it gets people killed all the time. Not making excuses for the people in the video. I'm just saying that America is just designed backwards in terms of how, from an architectural standpoint, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And that kind of started with Eisenhower with the whole highway system. It's just a backwards system.
What I'm saying, like, they didn't show me the evidence. Like, they just showed me 3 car crashes. Yeah. Like, no one went and showed, hey, like, we had, and to be fair too, like, if you bring 20,000 more people into a city, you're gonna have more accidents because you have more people. Like, there's got to be some analysis here that shows like the rates of accidents occurring like went up significantly. Not like, oh, we have more accidents. Well, of course you do. You got 20,000 more people in your town.
Yeah, you increase the probability. And plus, how did they insure the vehicles, right? And so, I just have a lot of questions that doesn't, the video doesn't seem to really articulate, the source of the issue, the root of the issue. It just goes around this, kind of meandering with different people on the street that doesn't really paint the picture of what's actually happening. First, you got people talking about they eating cats and they eating dogs, and then the other people are talking about they got these magic money cards. It's just, like, the misinformation game is ill. It is ill. It's ill. But the manosphere, I don't doubt that they will run with these sort of stories as well. I mean, the president or the former president got on stage and ran with it and got corrected really quickly. So there's no such thing as what these people are talking about.
Yeah. And the other thing too, Mike. I'm gonna have to go look up who that black man is that's running. I wonder if he's running as a Republican in all this. Oh, these people are doing this. It's this problem. People eating cats, or is this once again someone who needs to be in the grift by Kelly Kane?
Oh yeah, nah, he's definitely a grifter. No policy, no nothing. Well, I mean, what are we talking about here? Getting rid of a specific group of people? These people are protected under the law. I mean, how um, you can't just arbitrarily run a whole campaign against one group of people locally and think that that's going to work. That doesn't really work like that. Especially if you need those people, because you need that tax base. You need people that are working. You need those houses to be occupied. You can't just
Yeah.
have a declining economy and then blame it on people who just got there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, you got a job shortage. I'm like, do y'all want them to shut down the factories and move somewhere else? Like, what?
Yeah, you think Amazon is telling them to leave? You think the auto manufacturers want them to leave as well, and Uber Eats and Grubhub and Instacart and these folks, you think they want those folks to leave? No, they want those people working for them. Go ahead,
And
Paradox.
the first thing that the some of the business owners were saying, and factory owners were saying, is they're on time and they don't complain and they work hard.
They don't leave their machines. That's what he said.
Yeah,
No,
Americans are difficult. We got all these ideas put in our brains.
I think the American people are going to be shocked, astonished, and appalled by what we will report to them about the failures by the Secret Service in this assassination attempt on the former president. But I think they also ought to be appalled and astonished by the failure of the Department of Homeland Security to be more forthcoming, to be as candid and frank as it should be to them in terms of providing information. And we are going to absolutely insist on the truth and the whole truth in documents and testimony as members of the United States Senate, but also as citizens.
What did you learn new today when you said they're going to be appalled?
I'm not going to go into what we have learned in specifics. I'm giving you my reaction. And we will have a report very, very soon that I think will absolutely shock the American people, or it should, about the lapses and lags in the protection that was afforded that day and the breakdown in communication, failure and responsibility.
Is that report coming today or tomorrow?
I'm sorry?
Is that report coming out tonight or tomorrow?
No.
Yes, I stumbled across that, and I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know what all that means, other than like, I don't think Trump got shot in the ear. I think one thing, but it sounds like Secret Service really dropped the ball as well. So I'm curious to see what it is, because that's some strong language from a senator.
I'll tell you one thing. Just like Chuck Schumer said, I wouldn't talk too crazy about the national security people or Secret Service.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait for the reports to come out.
States of America since Lyndon Baines Johnson Great Society legislation in the 1960s. We thought after Rodney King was killed, Rodney King was brutalized in the 1980s in Los Angeles, we would get systematic police reform. It did not happen. We thought surely after Michael Brown and Ferguson, hands up, don't shoot, that we would get systematic police reform in America. It didn't happen. We thought certainly after George Floyd was tortured to death on video during a pandemic, and everybody saw it, Congressman Horsford, we thought we were going to get police reform in America. It didn't happen. And then after Tyree Nichols was brutally beaten, by 5 police officers. We thought we would get systematic police reform. It didn't happen. And I can only fathom, had we got that reform, how many families up here like Sonia Massey and others would have been spared their loved one becoming another hashtag. It is an urgent call, an urgent call. How many more exhibits, America, do we have to give you before we say we have to have some reform on these officers? If we would have had the National Registry, Sonia Massey's family would not have lost her just because she was a Black woman having a mental health crisis, because that officer who had been in 6 police departments in 4 years would not have been on the force, and he would not have had the ability with a gun and a badge to shoot Sonia Massey in her face after she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." It is very relevant to this moment. Before I get ready to turn it over to Dr. Crenshaw, well, we may, and we're going to limit everybody because we want to hear from these families, and then Congressman Horsford, Tyree Nichols' trial is going on right now in Memphis, Tennessee. We can never take for granted that when a Black person in America is killed by a police officer, that they're going to get justice. We can't take it for granted, y'all. We can't take it for granted. Breonna Taylor. My heart is broken, but her mother's heart must be broken in a million pieces, Dr. Crenshaw. In her own home, her body mutilated with bullet holes while she's practically naked in her nightgown. Everybody knows the police lied to get the no-knock warrant. Everybody knows they lied. But now we're going to say that that doesn't matter, that the reason she is dead is because her boyfriend, a law-abiding Black man in America, had a right to the Second Amendment just like any other citizen. You gonna say it's his fault and they go free while Breonna is dead in her grave? It is an urgent call for systematic police reform in America. So Tyree, Sonia Massey, Breonna Taylor families are here to talk and help give attention to all the other tragedies because their matter is relevant right now. So Dr. Crenshaw is going to speak briefly and Chairman Horsford will say a word, but then we're going to hear from these families and proceed.
Thank you, Attorney Krupp. My name is Kimberly Crenshaw. I'm here on behalf of the mothers and sisters of Say Her Name. Black women and girls as young as 7 and as old as 93 have been killed by the police. They have been killed driving while Black, shopping while Black, being homeless while Black, having a mental disability while Black, having a domestic dispute while Black, driving near the White House with an infant strapped in the back of the car while Black, boiling water while Black. Yet there is a pervasive silence around the killing of Black women, a silence that is born of the fact that killing women doesn't fit the frame of anti-Black police violence. The mothers and the sisters of Say Her Name call the consequences of that the loss of the lost. They are grieving the loss of their loved ones, and they're grieving the fact that we don't know their names. Yet we also know that even in the rare occasion that the names of a Black woman who's been killed by the police might remain on everyone's lips, like the killing of Breonna Taylor. Notoriety does not guarantee justice, as we learned just recently when the officers who killed Breonna Taylor were able to evade those charges. We understand that when justifications for our killing amount to this is just the fact of life, when the circumstances become the justification for our killing, that our killability is being reinforced by law itself. This killability is why we need legal reform. This killability is why we need the George Floyd Policing Act. This killability is why everyone must stand up to make sure there is not another family like this, who can point to the fact that it was known that a police officer had the propensity to violence, that there's never another family who can say that we know that we need different interventions in mental health crisis. There's not another family who can say that just the desire to punish someone is a justification for killing everybody in their sight. This is why we must say her name. This is why we must say Black Lives Matter. This is why we must demand criminal justice reform today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crenshaw. Now we will hear from our leader, our champion for justice, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative Stephen Horsford.
First, this is one of the hardest meetings we take as members of Congress, as the Congressional Black Caucus is meeting with the parents, with the mothers who have lost a child. And I want to start by thanking the mothers of the movement for joining us today and for recognizing and for your courage and bravery. The mother of Sonia Massey, the parents of Tyree Nichols, the family members of Tamika Palmer, of Breonna Taylor, of Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Corrine Gaines, India Kager, and of course, George Floyd, and so many more. I want to thank Attorney Ben Crump for his tireless advocacy on behalf of these families, for Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw for putting not only your love and passion for others, but for articulating the absurdity. You use the word killability. That strikes to the core. And I think puts into just a little bit of the words of the pain and the anguish that these families feel and that so many other families fear that they could be next. So today, the Congressional Black Caucus affirms our commitment and reaffirms our commitment to the families that we are continuing to do all that we can to advance meaningful, bipartisan public safety legislation to create safer communities and to hold police officers accountable who violate the public trust accountable. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who literally, during her process of receiving treatment before her death, ensured that this legislation was reintroduced in the House, and Senator Cory Booker, who has introduced the legislation in the Senate. As chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, our message to the families is that we want all of you to know that we are still fighting, that we are still working, and we will not stop fighting for you or the loss of your loved ones until the legislation is passed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Now we will hear from a woman who has represented her family and all the families in the most noblest of manners. The mother and father of Tyree Nichols, Miss Rovine Wells and Rodney Wells.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So back in 2020, when George Floyd was killed in front of everyone's eyes, in front of the world, we thought that because the world saw this, that our babies would not die from police brutality again. But 3 years later, my son, Tyree Nichols, was murdered by 5 Memphis police officers, and he was beaten to death. Today, I stand before you while a federal trial is being held as we speak for 3 of the officers that murdered my son. I'm not gonna stand here too long because we have a lot of families here that need to speak. But I do want to say that we need to pass this bill. I know Representative Sheila Jackson added the Tyree Nichols intervention, duty to intervene to this bill. We have so many kids that are dying by the hands of the police. And all I have to say is right now, is it Congress that's holding this up? So I want to say to Congress, all these kids and all our kids that are being murdered, their blood is on your hands.
Wow.
And I invite them to sit down to talk to us mothers and tell us why they will not pass this bill to protect our children, because it's just too many of our children being murdered by the hands of police officers. Thank you.
At this time now, we will hear from the family of Sonia Massey. Her mother, uncle, and cousin are here, and they're going to talk to you briefly as well. Uncle Ray, Miss Donna, Shadia, y'all may speak loud.
I just want to say that Sonia Massey was a beautiful Black queen. She was my niece, and she was going through a crisis. She called the police and ended up getting killed in her own home. And that's been the worst for my family. I'm sorry.
So Sonia is my cousin, and she was going through trying to get some help for herself. With mental health, a lot of people want to put you somewhere. Sonia was trying to get help for her. She felt ill.
She admitted herself.
She wanted to get help. She wanted to, she probably would call the police or go to the hospital. That was her reaching out for assistance. The night that Sonia was murdered in her home, she just called. She just needed their assistance. She didn't call to be killed. She just wanted their help.
Yeah, and watch the videos, y'all. I saw you. The police were there earlier today. She never was threatening. She never was aggressive. Never raised her voice throughout the whole day. She needed a helping hand, not a bullet to her face. When you're a Black person and having a mental health crisis, that should not equal the death sentence when you call the police. Miss Donna, you want to say anything? Okay, this is Sonia's mother.
Um, Sonia was not mentally ill. They're saying she has a long background of being mentally ill. Sonia could feel stuff before it even happened. She was clairvoyant. And so she'd always say, I told you. And so one day she just got this feeling. She said, Mom, I'm going to die. I said, what? She said, I'm going to die. I said, stop saying that it could happen because everything she said was going to happen, it came to pass. 4 days later, she was dead. Well, do you remember when Obama was the president? We didn't have this going on every day. It was nice and peaceful. We are at more peace than ever. And then soon as Trump got in, let the purge begin. It was a purge. He told them, if you kill a black person or person of color, I will get you pardoned. You can go home with pay. It's just like going on vacation. We need to stop paying them to go home on a vacation when they kill one of us. And especially if you've seen it on camera, why would you send him home on administrative leave? Now, it's different if we didn't see it, we can't prove it, but these people, we seen them kill George Floyd on TV. We seen them kill Sonia on video. And he came to kill her. She was assassinated because he came there earlier that day and he knew her. Did you notice he said, are you mentally ill today? And she said, no, I took my medication because he had been there earlier. He came there to kill her. She was assassinated.
Thank you, Ms. Donna. Our heart breaks with you. And finally, for this press conference, you're going to hear from Breonna Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, who has every right to have her righteous indignation because she trusted the system, and the system is betraying her trust. It's betraying all our trust. Miss Tamika Palmer, you can come up.
How y'all doing? Brianna was, I said I wasn't gonna go.
Just take your time. Take your time.
Brianna literally was doing everything right in her life. She worked for the city of Louisville, and she worked for the city and they killed her. She literally was off work at home in her own house enjoying her life. They owned a gun legally. They did everything right. And you have these people who decided they needed to come in her house for whatever made up reason, which was the most insane thing I've ever heard of, because Brianna was the type of person, you could have knocked on her door and told her who you was and what you wanted. She was going to let you in because she needed to prove her point. And then she was going to tell you, I'm going to call my mama. Which is crazy because I tell her I can't whoop everybody, but I was her mother first. I was her protector and her friend, and I wasn't even there because she was home where she belonged, you know. They murdered Brianna and I am dying. I am dying. I don't know how to live in this world who keeps telling me that this thing that happened to my child is wrong, that there's laws that's supposed to protect her, but because no one videoed her, because no one did that, you're gonna say her life don't matter. And that's insane. I am tired. I am tired of begging for people to do the right thing. Because it's bigger than Brianna. It's all these women up here crying for their babies. And I know I'm not the only one feeling like I'm dying. I am dying. And I don't know what to do. I don't know what more to beg for. I am willing to die for justice for my child.
That's right. That's right.
She deserves so much more. Brianna was amazing, and the world is losing out on that. And the city of Louisville is walking around as if it's okay. And it's not. It's not okay. She simply wanted to be great. And she was well on her way. And she deserved to be here.
Yes.
I don't know how to
Paradise,
talk
can
about
you
her in
hear
the
me?
past because she's inside of me.
Yes.
She's a part.
Paradox, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. He's on mute.
Yeah, what up?
Oh, hey, I just wanted to make a quick comment about this real quick. Um, I haven't seen the victim. No, you can leave it up, man. You can leave it up. You can leave it up. I haven't seen the victims' mothers of police violence in a long time, and you could tell, man, they've been neglected, bro. I mean, just clearly all the way around. They still sound like they're confused, looking for answers. Um, no resolution. Shit, I forgot all about Breonna Taylor's situation. And she said that's still an ongoing investigation, right? Like they're still trying to get that. Um, they trying to get that case to court, or do any of you guys know if that is the case? And that was in St. Louis, correct? If I'm not mistaken, St. Louis area. Breonna Taylor, suburbs, whatever.
Kentucky.
Kentucky, Louisville. Yeah, okay, Louisville. I think Louisville's a country. I think
I
is
think the
Kentucky a Commonwealth? Is Kentucky a Commonwealth too?
might be. I don't know. That's a
Yeah, I
good
know it's
question.
harder to bring
But I
charges when
think
it's like that.
I think that they got off or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, man, you could tell that the pain seems to be it seems to be really palpable for them. Like they seem very confused about what's going on. No answers, no resolution. Um,
Yep.
yeah, that's bad, bro. Because like I think some of those cases are not all like maybe they don't understand what took place or what happened during the time that it happened. But there's still got to be some kind of clear explanation to them so they don't sound like this, man. This is just a bad look. Um, yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. Is just I don't know. Yeah, when you kind of like really just this is going to be like an emotional driven thing, but I don't know if this actually helps with police brutality. You think this gets a push to try to get the George Floyd bill passed? You think this helps? Any of you guys? Because some of these cases are what 5, 6, 7, 8 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it might. I think it's going to help push. I mean, they're pushing. I think it's going to help get it passed. I mean, it's politics at the end of the day, right? So
Yeah, that's what I'm
they're the
saying.
CBC. They got the mothers out there. So this is going to help keep driving that, driving the agenda, of course, of police brutality, and they're trying to
Hmm.
get the bill passed for sure. That's the plan.
Do you think that Donald Trump will pass a similar bill to this, or you think he
No,
won't even touch it?
nope.
Okay.
No, he's gonna pass the opposite bill.
Jeez,
Amnesty. I mean immunity.
Let the dogs out on everybody.
that's crazy, crazy work.
Unchecked.
Just that alone, I mean, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, man. I mean, no accountability for this stuff. Like you don't have no sympathy. You don't want to talk to these mothers. Of police brutality. Not even just to fake it. Not even to play. You know,
Oh no,
politics, whatever.
no, they were saying that I think it's Yusuf Salam of the Central Park Five. They were saying that somewhere Trump ran across him and he was trying to be like, "Hey, let me holler at you for a second." And they said something like Trump basically looked at him was like, "Oh, you're supporting me." He's like, "Nah, I'm part of the Central Park Five. Like, I want to chat with you." And they said Trump just kind of walked off, like walked right past him. And I mean, you saw his you saw his response at the debate. He's just kind of like, it is what it is, part of the business.
Yeah, you can go ahead and continue playing it,
And
Brother.
it's killing me. All we all want is justice. And of course we want this bill passed. Of course we want to ban no-knock warrants and chokeholds and dying in front of cameras as if we don't matter.
Yes.
I don't know why we have to beg for justice. I don't know why. We're not asking for anything better than anyone else. We're not asking for no special favors. We are asking you to do the right thing. And it's just that simple.
And we will do the right thing. And we're going to keep fighting for Breonna. No.
And I wanted to just say, did you guys know that Breonna Taylor and Tyrese Nichols' birthday are on the same day?
The exact same day.
Same day.
Day and year.
And they're both as quirky as quirk.
Thank you so much, Tamika Palmer. At this time, we won't have time for questions. They'll get into a panel. You all can hear them on the panel, and that should answer many of your questions. Again, thank you, Chairman Hosford. We're now going to room 202B. Room 202B.
Wait.
Thank you all.
Paradox, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you think that should paint Ben Trump in a better light than some people like to try to undermine or talk about him? Like, they'll just say, "Oh, he's an ambulance chaser. He really doesn't care." The fact that he is actually trying to, do this, what he really doesn't have to do.
Nah, man, it's sad. It's dirty what they do to him, but I don't know, man. The machine is crazy, bro.
Because I'm like,
anything, if you do good in America, you will be demonized.
Yeah, that's the part I'm like, because I'll hear people say this stuff, and I'm just kind of like, would y'all rather the families not get money? Like, I'm confused here. Like his job is just purely the civil side. That's all he can really do for you. You can't press charges. You can't prosecute a criminal case, but you can make sure your loved ones are at least taken care of if you're gone.
Yeah, they just look at him as an opportunistic person, taking advantage of an opportunity. And I see it. I see it sort of both ways. I think that some of that is there, but it's needed. You have to have some kind of legal representation, and it's just now it just appears that he's like the go-to guy. And I'm pretty sure that his his payment is not coming directly from the families. Like, he's not stressing them with that part of it. That is coming from a different direction, either in the settlement money somehow. You may get a percentage of that, and then maybe other donations through other groups, and the firm that he actually works for, they probably pay him in a different direction. So it gives them a chance to get good legal representation. People know his name now, so he's like the person. He's like the go-to person. It's like automatic. He's going to be on the scene, and
Yeah, but he's
yeah, I
demonizing
mean,
people.
But I mean,
yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, they're good. We got history of Thurgood Marshall.
Anything that you do that unfortunately you don't have anyway. I don't want to bash people, but everybody, at the end of the day, people get over on people so much that anything you see that
Right.
looks funny, you're gonna attack it. It could be
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I mean, to your point,
people can't assess individual situations. They don't have the ability to assess individual situations on scale and to cape for people who are helping people. It's always skepticism for some reason.
Well, the thing is with him, too, I think to your point, DC, is he is leaning ahead in this, unless some organization is giving him, because these families are not going to have the money to really pay, what's going to be needed for, like, adequate representation in a civil case. And these things take time. It's not like, you just go file, like cashing a check or something like that. You really got to go through the process. So, what he's probably doing at this point is probably taking some of that on the front end of, hey, I'll go pay the lawyers and pay my legal staff and all that, do all the work on the front end. So you all don't have to come out of pocket. And, probably contingency, like, hey, if I win, then a certain percentage, but that's kind of probably going to be recouping all of the work you've had to lean forward to go and do in the first place. Because anybody will tell you who's a civil rights attorney, you don't go into that line of being an attorney for pure money. Like there are other ways. There are much more lucrative ways to get in. Big law, corporate law, where you can make a lot more money a lot faster.
Hey, Paradox, you see the
I will say this: I would be skeptical of Ben when he's on late night show with with Jimmy Kimmel or something.
yeah.
If he
Yeah,
does some shit like that,
he tend not to be on those shows. I know he's been on some of these
I
before.
know when I see it, right? When I started questioning my
Yeah,
girl,
you can feel the energy. Yeah, you can feel it when it shifts from people.
experience, when you see it. So like when old
Right.
girl,
Yeah.
what's her name? What's the sister name that does the protests and stuff for Breonna Taylor and
Tamika Mallory.
Yeah.
Tamika.
So like when
Tamika.
Tamika does the Cadillac commercial, then I put the question mark
Man.
over your head. Boop.
Oh boy.
You start
Podcast.
even though she's been alienated by the Jewish community, by other black people who are more
They did do her
mainstream,
dirty.
still
They did
though.
do her dirty though, man. Because I think if I'm not mistaken, Tamika's grassroots from the hood, everything, and all that. But
I'm gonna say I don't care where
you
you're
throw
from. What I'm
those.
saying is this: you do a Cadillac commercial, it's just a
I
question
got
mark.
you. No, no,
That's
no,
all I'm
no, no,
saying.
no. Listen. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that I'm saying that they did her dirty because
Well, she clearly didn't want it, right?
you're going to get compromised because people are going to throw dollars at you. And
Well, they
like I
tested
said,
her. They
right,
tested her.
right.
They tested her.
I mean, she got a podcast now. She's doing okay for herself. It's just
No, I'm saying
finding
they
your way.
tested her, and I don't think she took the money, but I don't know.
No, she got a podcast. Her and Michonne, if I'm not mistaken, they got a
I know.
podcast
I
deal
watch it.
with yeah. So she's paid third party through some groups. She's paid third party. Yeah, she's doing okay. She didn't take the big bread, but she's comfortable. She's comfortable now.
To do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, And what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's, where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And
Hey,
that is
Paradox, can you
very
pause
much
it real
what is
quick?
at stake.
Now, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think this is where I think she kind of like really just she just went for broke now. I think this is where she got her anger turned up. This is what I was talking about right here. This pivotal point as far as foreign relations is concerned. The separation between the two. You can go ahead and play it.
Stake here. The President of the United States is Commander in Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander in chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers.
Okay, wonderful. Good. Awesome. Madam Vice President, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for
Good
your
to meet
time
you,
today.
Brian.
Our audience appreciates your time as
Of
well.
course.
As you know, we're sitting here in a state and arguably in front of an audience that 54 days from now could decide the outcome of this presidential election.
Yeah.
You hear it more than I do. People want to know more about you and about your specific plans. At the debate the other night, you talked about creating an opportunity economy. I wonder if we can drill down on that a little bit. When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I grew up in a community of hardworking people, construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, but a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn, and I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity, and that we as Americans have a beautiful character. We have ambitions and aspirations and dreams, but not everyone necessarily has access to the resources that can help them fuel those dreams and ambitions. So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people, and creating opportunity for people, for example, to start a small business. My mother, worked long hours, and our neighbor helped raise us. We used to call her, I still call her, our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small business owners. I learned who they are from my childhood, and she was a community leader. She hired locally. She mentored. Our small businesses are so much a part of the fabric of our communities, not to mention, really, I think, the backbone of America's economy. So my opportunity economy plan includes giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction to start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000, but investing in people's innovative ideas and giving them the ability to go for it. Opportunity economy means, look, we don't have enough housing in America. We have a housing supply shortage. And what that means, in particular for so many younger Americans, the American dream is elusive. It's just actually not attainable. So part of my plan is to work with the private sector and housing developers to give them a tax credit, to be able to partner with us as the government to build, and my goal is 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. In addition, to help people who just want to get their foot in the door, literally. And so giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance to be able to just get in the door, and then they will do the work that they need to do to save and to pay that mortgage and to build wealth for themselves and their family. These are some examples of what I mean when I talk about an opportunity economy, and a lot of it has to do with just the community I was raised in and the people that I admired, who work hard, and deserve to have, their dreams fulfilled because they're prepared to work for it.
You talked at the debate and at previous appearances about turning the page on the past. And in fact, here today in Johnstown, you're talking about a new way forward.
Yeah.
I think some people have a question, given maybe your current role as Vice President of the United States, how different you are from Joe Biden. And so I wonder if there are one or two spots, policy areas or approaches where you would say, I'm a different person.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas that really need a lot of work, and maybe focusing on, again, the aspirations and the dreams, but also just recognizing that at this moment in time, some of the stuff we could take for granted years ago, we can't take for granted anymore. For example, another plan that I have that is a new approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life, because that is obviously a very critical stage of development of a child. And a lot of young parents need the help to buy a car seat or a crib or clothes for their kids. And so my approach is about new ideas, new policies that are directed at the current moment. And also, to be very honest with you, my focus is very much in what we need to do over the next 10, 20 years to catch up to the 21st century around, again, capacity, but also challenges.
From a guy who has good hair, but not as good as it was 5 years ago, to be honest. And they just released brand new numbers just out last night, late, showing that since 2020, so this guy, David Muir, was correcting me, the FBI. Now the FBI defrauded, just like they defrauded on the jobs, 118,000 jobs that didn't exist. The FBI, in this case, defrauded. So violent crime, just out, nationwide is up 40%. Rape is up.
Public safety are two major issues right at the forefront of voters' minds in Philadelphia as well, where crime is a significant issue. When we talk about crime, the conversation turns to gun safety as well. And I think you actually probably caught a lot of people off guard, maybe a bit by surprise in the debate the other night when you mentioned that you are a gun owner. I know you said it in 2019 as well. I want to talk about your values on this issue. When it comes to gun ownership, where do you draw the line in America on gun ownership and gun use?
Well, like you said, Brian, I am a gun owner, and Tim Walz, my running mate, is also a gun owner. We're not taking anybody's guns away. I support the Second Amendment, and I support reasonable gun safety laws. Part of my approach to this is I was a career prosecutor for most of my career. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I have personally looked at autopsies. I have personally seen what assault weapons do to the human body. And so I feel very strongly that it is consistent with the Second Amendment and your right to own a gun to also say we need an assault weapons ban. They're literally tools of war. They were literally designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. I say we need universal background checks. The majority of NRA members support that. Why? Because it's just reasonable. You just might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know.
Two final questions, if I might.
Sure.
On the appeal of the man you were running against, as you drove here today, you likely saw a lot of Trump signs. Mm-hmm. He has an historic appeal in this country. And as you are someone running against him and trying to understand that, I wonder how you distill it. What do you understand his appeal to be? And how do you speak to his voters, or maybe people who just share his values but are open to something else?
I, based on experience and a lived experience, no. In my heart, I know, in my soul, I know that the vast majority of us as Americans have so much more in common than what separates us. And I also believe that I am accurate in knowing that most Americans want a leader who brings us together as Americans and not someone who professes to be a leader who is trying to have us point our fingers at each other. I think people are exhausted with that approach, to be honest with you. I think people want a leader who has common sense and tries to find common ground. I'm supported by over 200 Republicans who worked for both Presidents Bush, John McCain, and Mitt Romney. I'm supported by the former Vice President Dick Cheney, former Congress member Liz Cheney. And I think people are more willing now, in light of the hate and division that we see coming out of Donald Trump, to say, hey, let's put country first. And I think that just makes us stronger and more healthy as a country, to say, look, we can all debate our differences around, various policies, but let's stop with the division. Like, enough of that. Let's bring everybody together.
And finally, as you introduce yourself to America in a new way, they've heard much of your story at the Democratic National Convention and in that debate earlier this week. If there's one thing that you wish Americans knew about who Kamala Harris is that you don't think they know yet, what would that be?
I don't know. I mean, probably it's not very different from anybody watching right now. I love my family. One of my favorite things that I lately have not been able to do is Sunday family dinner. I love to cook. I have incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still my best friend. I think that I mean, I have a career that really, and I said it the other day, you know, as a career prosecutor, I never asked a victim of crime were they a Republican or a Democrat. The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay? And I think that's the approach that most Americans want, regardless of who they voted for in the last election, in terms of turning the page and charting the way forward.
I imagine you're looking forward to cooking Sunday dinner again.
I am looking forward. Yes, I am looking forward to cooking. With the whole family gets involved, the kids each have their role. Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful family, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Brian.
so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Are you going to comment on it? DC, were you gonna respond to the video you sent or no?
The FBI in this case defrauded. So violent crime just out nationwide is up 40%. Rape is up 42%. Car theft is up 42%. Aggravated assaults are up 55%. And violent attacks on strangers are up much more than 61%. So those are your numbers. See, those are the numbers. Now, I think he corrected me 11 times. Of the 11 times, I don't think he had the right to correct me at all. Didn't correct her once. Like on Project 2025, I have no idea about that. And they corrected it many times. But they keep coming with the same lies, 9%. And these numbers have just been released by the government. I appreciate the person that really get out. And he said, no, I'm not. I'm not going to get out, which was his right to say. They said, well, if you don't get out, we're going to execute the 25th Amendment. And he said, like I said, I'm going to get out. And he hates her beyond any. I think he hates her probably almost as much as he hates me. I think he still hates me a little bit more. But he hates her. He hates her. He never made it to Iowa, first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out, and now she's running. So you tell me how that works. They wanted to be politically correct, that's all. But we're not going to let her destroy our country. In fact, the David Muir character, he's lost so much respect. Everyone's talking about him. He's a joke. And ABC News is a joke, too. But most of the fake news of Kamala's claim that she worked at McDonald's. She never out of the state of California. I'm saying how bad she was and what a bad job she's done. What a horrible Governor Newsom has been. He's been horrible. So many people leaving. And I'm hurting my own property. And that cost me lots of money. But it's okay because this is unimportant compared to saving the United States of America. So I do it for that reason. But that's why an old junky plane. It's not a good plane. They take away an old junky plane. And I said, well, it's okay. He'll buy a much better one. We give him, think of it, a country takes away his airplane. It pays them billions of dollars for their oil, which is the worst oil on the planet. It's tar. And it has to be refined. There's only one plant in the entire world that can refine that junk. And you know where it's located? In Houston, Texas, for the environmentalists. So Houston, Texas is refining tar, and that stuff is going up into the air. It's the only place in the whole world that can refine that very bad stuff. The state is rapidly going busted with a record $68 billion budget deficit. They're all headed up by the White House to take children from their parents if they don't, quote, affirm their child's gender identity. When Kamala Harris said the values that she has have never changed, I really think that was probably the only true statement that she made. They've stayed true, and you look at what they are. They're the same as what they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They want to confiscate your guns. They want to take your guns away. They're going to take your guns away if I'm not elected. Anybody that owns a gun, if you vote for them, you're crazy. Any Jewish person that votes for Kamala is crazy. She wouldn't go to see the prime minister of Israel in Congress. Think of that, because she had a sorority party, which she considered to be more important. It's a big deal when a prime minister comes to Congress and speaks, and she doesn't want to go because she's at a sorority party. But that wasn't really the reason. The real reason is that she hates Israel. And I say that Israel will not exist in 2 years from now if she's elected president. And she'll be very happy if that happened. Israel will not mark me down. You know, they have a hat, and I didn't put it. They say, you know, Trump was right about everything. I've been right about everything. So I end on that, and I just want to say that I'm going to hopefully be elected. Polls have gone way up since the debate. I'm going to be reelected and come in for a second time. We did, as I said, much better the second time than we did the first, but some bad things happened. But we're doing it now, and more importantly, I'm looking to the future. We're going to make our country bigger, better, greater than ever before. We're going to turn it around. We're going to get rid of the criminals that have been allowed to come into our country and prey upon us. Has been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people. What you're telling me, but I don't know what she said. But I'll go take a look and I'll put out a statement later on. But I really don't know. Please. Yes. Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from? That's good. Very good. They're doing a very good job. Yeah. Large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, you know, if you go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from deportation and other problems. And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power. But we're not going to let states, even like California, even though I know it's largely a sanctuary state, essentially, but we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared. The people of Colorado, you have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. You know what we're experiencing now is they're just getting settled in. There's 21 million people that have come in. They're just getting settled in. It's going to get much worse. It's going to get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead. Yeah. Right. By lowering taxes and regulations. And what they're doing is they're seeing that every time it looks like Kamala is doing well, companies want to leave. Stock markets go down. The stock market, there's a great gentleman, Scott Bessent, who is one of the top Wall Street people. He said the market's only up because they all think that Trump is going to get elected. We had a great stock market. Even with COVID, we ended up handing over a market that was higher than previous to COVID or the China virus coming in. No, we are going to make sure that the taxes are going to stay where they are and or come down, ideally come down, both for the middle class and for corporations, because corporations put the people to work. We had the best numbers in the history of our country by far, not even close. And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country.
I'ma keep on because the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters till the tide don't move. I'ma ride through your borders. Good evening, Pennsylvania. Good evening. Can we please hear it from Mary Grace?
some business to handle. Saying to everyone here, these are moments that remind all of us that we are all in this together as one loving community. We're all in this together. So thank you all for the time you've taken to be here this evening. I want to thank also all the incredible leaders, including Governor Shapiro, who you heard from earlier, Senator Bob Tracy, who we will re-elect to the United States Senate, and Mayor Brown, and thank you, Mayor, for the warm welcome. All right, so Pennsylvania. So you'll remember that night I talked about issues that matter to families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in America's small businesses, protecting reproductive freedom, and keeping our nation safe and secure. But that is not what we heard from Donald Trump. Instead, it was the same old show, the same tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan on how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page. Turn the page. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a new way forward. We are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do together, which is why, and Mary Grace, thank you, which is why Democrats, Republicans, and independents are supporting our campaign. We need a president of the United States who works for all the American people. And that just stops with all the trying to divide us. Like, people are exhausted with that stuff. Exhausted. And you know, my entire career, I have fought for the people. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who are being cheated out of the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. And as Attorney General of a border state, I took on transnational criminal organizations like the Sinaloa cartel that traffic in drugs and threaten the safety of our communities. I know these cartels firsthand, and as president, I will make sure we prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law for pushing poison like fentanyl on our children. And as president, I will fight on behalf of all communities and all Americans. And together, we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together. That every American has an opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, and to start a business. You know, I love our small businesses. So growing up, do we have small and me had a mother, had a mother, excuse me, she passed. But our mother worked long hours. She worked hard, she worked long hours. And my sister Maya and I would go over to care of us. And we, in fact, used to call her our second mother. Well, Miss Shelton was a small business owner. And I will tell you, since I was a child, I know the character and the person who is a small business owner. You're not only business leaders, you're civic leaders. You hold the community together. You're part of the fabric of the community, and small business owners are the backbone of America's economy. The backbone of America's economy. Which is why
Hey, Paradox, can you pause it real quick? So what do you think about that? She changed up her stump speech a little bit. It's yeah. What do you think about what she's saying there? You think that's going to um we're just dealing in politics now, the game of politics. We're not trying to, yay and nay it. We're just saying that. Do you think that that's the play for her? You think this is the best strategy for her to go about it this way?
Yeah, I'm assuming they've already ran tests on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I agree with it. But yeah, you know what the campaigns and then they're running. They got tests running all the
Yeah,
time.
they're running. Yeah, they're running algorithms and all that.
Yeah, they're running tests
24/7.
all the time. They're calling people all the
Right.
time. They're running
Asking.
all type of stuff internally to see if these particular statements work or not work. But I'm
Mm,
fine with it. It works. I mean, for me, I mean, they got smart people, and the moves are making sense to me so far. Because the only thing you got to do is just slightly tilt the election to take
yeah,
it.
small
He
businesses.
he 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 needs to hold everything, really, in my opinion. Because he's
So
not
it
going to
seems like
grow it, so you got to hold it.
yeah, it seems like President Trump is focused in on the immigration. He's not even focused on. He doesn't talk about economics all that much. He just talks about inflation as an insult more so than what he's going to do about it. But he really focuses on immigration per se. He's really focused in on that, and how bad the current Biden administration is. So that's his focus. Um, Juxtaposed to that, do you think that that will kind of broaden his base outside of what is already pretty much the MAGA stronghold that he has right now?
I don't think it's going nowhere. I think that stronghold is going to be here even if he loses. It'll be here for another 4 years.
Right.
It's a lot. It's a big commitment. They're committed.
They're committed.
You talking about 20 years of this.
You cannot even put something in their face that's proving them wrong. They're just gonna just they're just gonna just not even they don't see it. It's
You gotta
just
stop mad now.
blinders.
They might as well just
Doesn't
write. They
matter.
just might as well write a religious book about it at this point.
Yeah, it's a full blown, and the only reason why it's a full blown cult is because truth and facts or something that's objectionable by all to see it, um, it's not it's denied by people that are in this group. And I guess to a certain extent they got to do that. They got to kind of play with that a little bit and kind of put all that pressure onto Kamala, even though that's not somebody that they would never actually support. So just big up your guy, and because like I said, like the focus always tend to be outward, outside of President Trump and JD. Like it never talks about what he's going to do for them. It's always about what Kamala and everybody hasn't done. So that's the
Mhm.
focus, you know. And when you have that kind of energy, it's so focused on the outside instead of basically doing things for them. They forget about their own political leanings, their political aspirations. Like there's nothing that they want from them politically outside of just destroying Biden, Kamala, and now since they got Tim Walz there, Tim Walz too. But Tim Walz is more of a harder target because he captures that kind of moral ground with them. Solid dude. He's white. He's middle
Mhm.
class. His wife is apple pie, Mrs. Cleaver, this type of shit. So it's very difficult to. He's the most normal. He has the most normal family in all of the actual, campaign, both sides. You know, President Trump is a three-time married guy, married models, get divorced primarily. There's problems in his marriage. Um,
Yeah.
JD Vance, JD Vance married someone that's from India. So he married another. He has children with other. He has non-white children. So it is what it is.
Mhm.
The other night, will give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses. Got ambition, for aspiration, for dreams, for the opportunity, because not everyone has the access. When I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is grounded in that foundational belief that when given an opportunity, people excel every day. Part of my focus is on the fact that we need to build more housing in America. Sector to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. Plan to help lower the cost of living for America's families on everything from healthcare to groceries, including I will take on corporate price gouging, which, as we know, is about those few bad guys. Pennsylvania, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
It certainly feels like we are to be with neighbors. Thank you, Wisconsin. To Caitlin, thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for sharing and trusting us with your story. And thank you for the work. Should be a pretty simple proposition, but we know it's not. And there's folks in here who fought this thing for decades. The simple proposition is women need to make the decisions about their bodies for themselves. I got to spend a little bit of time with your incredible Lieutenant Governor. I just have to say, you just keep adding them. Between Tony Evers and Lieutenant Governor Rodriguez, you're winning. So. And each and every one of you, look, it's a beautiful Friday afternoon. We know the snow is going to fly before too long, so there's things you can do. Look, we look forward to it. That makes us different. But coming here, I can't tell you how grateful I am. On behalf of Vice President Harris and myself, thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to earn your vote and go out and get people. But I think more importantly, thank you for believing in this country and this democracy. That's why you came. That's why you came. If you needed any more graphic representation, and it's just the way it is, this great nation, this great democracy, one of two people are going to be president of the United States. And there was one person on that stage that is qualified to do that job, that showed that time and time again. And while Tuesday night was exciting, I want to be clear about this because I'm a little bit of shame on folks who I heard some people like they thought they were being complimentary. Said, wow, she did so great. I'm really surprised. Why are you surprised?
Can you pause it one more time for me, Paradox? Let me just say this really, really quick for people that, just so it can be said. The elite, which is normally on the left side, which is normally an attack from the right, especially when they talk about politicians. This time it's the other way around, and they're doing it without actually saying it. They're just being normal people. I think what you said earlier about Tim Walz, and then recognizing that Kamala is just like a regular person. You know, she has a unique background, but she's very regular in her life and the way she is. Um, that's showing up, man. That's showing up, and I think that that may resonate with a certain voting demographic that may lean towards them, even though they may not agree with all of her policies. So the elite side of this group is the person that went to Wharton Business School, and that's from Manhattan, and the other gentleman that went to Harvard, Harvard and Yale Law School, on the other side of the coin. So, if I'm not mistaken, Walls and Harris never did step a foot on a Ivy League campus, correct? Isn't that accurate?
That's accurate.
Right. In fact, one of them had the nerve to go to an HBCU, even though, you know, it is the HU. You know. But yeah, you can go ahead and play it, man. I just thought that's important
County
to say.
Attorney, Attorney General of California, United States Senator, Vice President of the United States, and the next President of the United States. And I just want to say to this community, the mayor, to everybody else, coming over here, we just came, did a little stop. I'm learning all these new terms. Look, 4 weeks ago, I'm sitting in my house, minding my own damn business, and now I'm here. And so we're getting to do this. So they have off the records where we have unscheduled stops, and we just stopped down the street and met Anastasia and Anton and their son Mark, who are down there at the Ukrainian bakery. And this community opening their hearts as their country's at war, welcoming them here, and their hard work of opening their own business and selling me cake down there that I probably don't need, but I sure wanted. And I just think about that. And as we were standing there and speaking with them, and you could, I mean, the sadness that was there too, but the sense of pride in this country and the gratitude of being here. You saw the other night, some of those questions should have been very easy. And let me say this, standing in the Ukrainian bakery in Wausau, Wisconsin, in front of Ukrainians whose country's at war defending democracy, the answer is simple. Ukraine must win the war. Vladimir Putin is and Russia's the aggressor in this, and we need to stand together. This idea, when you're asked, and you saw Donald Trump be asked, he was asked, who did he look up to as who? Because Kamala Harris rightly pointed out, because I've all seen this, all the other Democratic leaders have no respect for him. They know where he's at. He continues to side and brag about being friends with the dictators. All the people in the world he could have picked. He picks Viktor Orban, as he was looking at. Now, what I would tell all of you, we know what they are, but what you saw was a clear way forward. A new way forward for us. And how Wisconsin can't claim credit for forward on every time we say it is something. So you own it. You own it. So, but you heard it clearly lay out and clearly speak to the American public. Talk about what matters to them. Someone who's in it for them.
I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement. It was 5
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal.
Those were your words.
That she put out. It's okay.
Consistently over the course of his career. We want a landed families. We see in each other. Can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people, knowing that regardless of people's aspirations and want
This is people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, we're not guilty. But this is a person, this is going to be pie Chad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their antlers. Critical stage of your to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American stage. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or
After you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good to because it's good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass as
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue
Well,
that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied or deeply investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these people. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one from $1 billion? This is a crooked.
Working folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
In my journey into adulthood,
Did you have any comments?
listen, as I grew, I also realized that my voice wasn't just valuable in front of the camera. At the age of 10, I sat alongside my parents. We are also in the building, Joshua and Carol Martin. I don't know where they are. Shout out to them. We all pitched my first feature film to Universal at 13. At 13, I became the youngest executive producer in Hollywood history with my film, And that was a pivotal moment for me. It was a moment that I truly realized that I had the responsibility to be a role model and advocate for change, creating stories that represent us, our culture, and our excellence. And that movie in particular is a movie about a leader who goes back and learns from her younger self and decides to change her character flaws. Luckily for all of us, the leaders of our country, President Biden and Vice President Harris, have led with the right character of values throughout their careers. President Biden was the youngest guy in the Senate when he won his seat at the age of 29. And for over 50 years, he has devoted his life to public service, the American people, and civil rights. One of the projects I'm most proud of the latest, is Say Summer Cookout, which is a festival I created to bring together HBCU students, artists, and creators. And it's not just about having a good time, because we do that at the cookout, but it's more about celebrating Black excellence and building a legacy. And Vice President Kamala Harris, a proud HBCU graduate, knows a thing or two about that. So go Bisons. The Biden and Harris administration has also invested $18 billion into HBCUs and young Black people. $18 billion with a B, y'all. Showing a real commitment to our future leaders. And while I'm proud of my work, my family and my friends mean everything to me. They've been my backbone, always reminding me to take care of myself, both mentally and physically. And that's something I really appreciate about the Biden and Harris administration as well. They've been champions for reproductive rights, ensuring that we all are taken care of in every single way. And on a personal note, I've had my own health challenges, like when I had my surgery for an ovarian cyst. Knowing we all have leaders who care about making healthcare accessible and protecting our rights is something that brings me comfort. It's that kind of leadership that ensures that the next generation of Black women like me and like all of us can thrive. And to the parents here today, I want to speak directly to y'all. I was once that young girl from Dallas, Texas, D-Town, Texas in the house. I was once that young girl with dreams that felt bigger than life itself. And I know how much it matters to parents who believe in those dreams. And no matter how impossible they might seem, my parents have always believed in me. Whew. My parents have always believed in me. When I said I wanted to start a production company at 13, and that belief in their support and that love has carried me through every challenge I have faced so far. So to the parents raising young Black girls and boys with big ambitions, I'm proud to be a
Welcome to the first. Thank you. And welcome. Welcome to the first ever White House brunch to the celebration of Black excellence. Thank you. Marseille, thank you for that introduction. You just shared something that so many of us can relate to. My dad taught me, and I mean this, my sister was here earlier today. Our dad taught us that family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's everything. And thank you and to all the participants of St. Augustine Gospel Choir. Are they still here? Give them a round of applause. They've been with me. Thomas, thank you for creating space for fellowship. And thank you, Shalon and Karine, for part of the most diverse administration in American history that taps into the full talents of our nation. America, the determination, dreams, and contributions of Black Americans. That's a fact. I wanted to host this lunch for a few reasons. First, to show my personal gratitude. Growing up, I'd walk into the kitchen of my grandpa's house in Scranton, and he and the adults would be having a conversation about what's going on in the neighborhood, what's going on in the world. and they let me sit down. I got involved in public life because of civil rights when I moved from Scranton to Delaware, which was segregated by law. Throughout my career, I'd attend morning mass at my Catholic church and then attend Sunday services at the AME Church in Wilmington, planning the desegregation efforts in my state that had been segregated by law. You know, I'd be home for our own Sunday dinners. Those conversations, those sermons shaped who I became. The bottom line is, the Black community has always had my back and I've always had yours. So thank you for all you've taught me. Thank you for all the love you've extended to me. I also want to host this brunch because we have progress to celebrate. Together, we're making the most significant investment in Black America in all of American history. We've centered racial equity as the center of everything we do. With your help, in just 3.5 years, we've created over 2 million new Black jobs for Black Americans and Black. By the way, the next Black job to be filled is as President of the United States of America. All right, watch me. We have the lowest Black unemployment rate on record. More Black Americans have health care than any time in history. Historic $18 billion to HBCUs. Everybody said, why am I doing that? Anyone in an HBCU is qualified to do anything we need to be done in America, but you don't have the endowments. They don't have the laboratories. They don't have all the things. Now they do. More than 4 million people receive student debt relief under my plan, a significant number of whom are Black borrowers. The racial wealth gap is the smallest in 20 years, removing poisonous lead pipes in every American pipe in America, lead pipes, so people can drink clean water without brain damage. We're delivering high-speed, affordable internet to every American, which today is as essential as electricity was when FDR delivered it in his term. On this very lawn, in front of the White House built by enslaved people, we hosted the first ever Juneteenth concert after I made Juneteenth a federal holiday. And on this lawn, we celebrated the first Black woman appointed to the United States Supreme Court, the best decision I made, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And today, we're on a long line of patriots throughout our history, who made the promise of America real for all Americans. All of you has pushed us forward to be a country that we say we are. We say we're a country that values freedom, justice, equality, and dignity for all. Today, we honor this simple truth. Black history is American history. Black excellence is American excellence. And folks, we don't erase history like others are trying to. We make history. I know it because I've seen it. I've been vice president of the first Black president in American history, a president to the first Black vice president, and God willing, to the first female Black president in American history. Kamala wanted to be here today, but she's traveling. She couldn't be here. But she's always there with us. We'll always be there for her. On this day, we celebrate Black excellence. Let us remember, history is in our hands. It's literally in our hands. The power to drive positive change is in our hands. Future is in our hands. It really is. If you go to my Oval Office, you see I have a whole wall on both sides of Frederick Douglass about paintings of Frederick Douglass. He said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. Well, Lord knows we've been struggling, but there's been progress and there's excellence. And that's all of you. We just have to remember who we are. We keep forgetting we're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I'm hosting a second consequential event today at the White House. The Prime Minister of Great Britain asked if he'd come and see me. He's on his way here, and I'm going to be seeing him shortly. So I'm not going to be able to stick around with you a long time. But I want to say, God bless you all. We're changing America for all Americans, not just Black Americans, for all Americans, for Hispanic Americans, for all Americans. Folks, this is who we are. Let's remember. I get so tired of the other guy talking about we're a failing nation. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world. That's a fact. And you're making it greater, and there's nothing going to stop us. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. This way. All right. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Paradox.
What up?
Hey, I gotta jump, bro. So I don't know
All
how
right, I
much
get
longer
up.
we're gonna go. All right, man.
You said what now?
No, I said I gotta jump off, but I don't know how much longer you're gonna go. You about to hang around for a little bit longer, or you about to jump off?
Nah, I'm about to jump off in a second.
Okay. All right, man. So I'll holler at you later.
All right.
I did almost accidentally.
I'm growing up a little faster than what I expected.
Not many 15-year-olds have to go on living without their parents here.
I got a teenager to take care of now.
De la historia latinoamericana, te diría una leyenda latinoamericana.
Erase history and in schools and history books.
Disgusting is that column, yeah.
DeSantis in Florida, and you're trying to push the ball in the other direction, which is let's look at our history. Let's look at the contributions of this.
We have to push back. We have to fight against that attempt to take our history out that we're trying to put back in because it's not in there. If American history books aren't accurate, they're fiction. It's a fiction. If you don't put all the things that really happened, we Latin people are the only ethnic group that has fought in every single war America has ever had, and we're the most awarded in each of those wars. And I'm talking about the American Revolution. Those stories are nowhere to be seen. They're nowhere written. And so this fight, we need to double down on the fight and protect and stay woke. Even though they're making it sound like being woke is a bad thing, it's a great thing.
We're seeing this, concerted effort to erase history and in schools and history books.
Disgusting is that column, yeah.
DeSantis in Florida, and
deep on the real history of Latinos. We're going to fill in the parts of our history that were lost, all the way from the ancient Olmecs.
Latinos were here long before the United States existed.
To the Latinos who helped build this great nation.
With the strike and with the boycott, we were trying to get farm workers basic human rights.
That's a lot of ground to cover, but don't worry, because I got you. The only people these Republicans want voting is white people. So if you want to vote, your skin better be as pure and as white as cocaine powder. Ma, I don't actually know what cocaine is. I mean, is it white? I've never seen it. I definitely don't know what it smells like. I'm just kidding. My mom's a big cokehead. The point is that Republicans are saying illegal aliens are stealing our votes, when in reality, they're the ones stealing votes by using racist fear-mongering to suppress them. And not only does this... Los Angeles is a city of Latinos. You can see that Latin influence everywhere. Even its name is Latino, because it ain't Los Angeles. Nuh-uh, it's Los Angeles. This is a melting pot with a little bit of all of us Latinos.
This place made me what I am, and it made me a fighter when I didn't want to be a fighter.
It's all about what you look like. And they did not know what the hell to do with me.
No one's told these Latin stories yet.
It's Queens. I learned the same history that they taught kids all over America. That George Washington cut down his cherry tree, that Ben Franklin flew his kite, and Abe was honest. Guess what was missing? Us, the Latino contributions to this country.
People tend to forget that Latinos were here long before the United States existed.
Most of the history we're still taught is from the point of view of the conquistadors who tried to wipe out any trace of advanced indigenous cultures to justify their massive theft of our New World wealth.
The sophistication in the arts, in architecture of these massive cities that were bigger than European cities.
They invented life-saving medical practices. They also calculated the movements of the planets, and they wrote it all down in their sacred books.
Descubrimos un túnel que nos conduce hasta el frente del templo de la serpiente emplumada.
¿Pero es peligroso o qué?
Es muy peligroso,
¿Por qué?
pero no puedes tocar las paredes, que es muy venenoso.
It's as epic as any of the great wonders you've learned about in history class.
And this is really important for Latinos to know and for other people to know about Latino roots.
Mexican and Mexican American people were lynched at rates similar to the rates that Black people were lynched.
When we talk about executions, it's not like we have to document them because the Rangers would take pictures.
We were forbidden to speak Spanish. And for every word of Spanish that you spoke, we were hit with a bat.
We were not supposed to have any political rights. The idea of being a peon was you take it. And we didn't take it. We didn't accept it.
You can't have a history book about the United States without considering the histories of all of the Latino communities.
Guy Gabaldon, when he served on Saipan, captured by himself between 1,300 and 1,500 enemy soldiers.
We don't just make contributions to U.S. history. We have changed U.S. history.
The Young Lords, they drafted the first known patient Bill of Rights. And these were kids.
I would have never thought the Young Lords would have created this, yeah.
We come from women who have done this before us, and we stand and we draw our strength from them.
Sí, se puede. The most important thing I think that we have to do is make people understand that we are one human race. And that way we can stop discrimination and stop domination. Sí se puede.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you.
All right. I'm going to close this out. DC already jumped off. All right. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Weekend is coming up, so I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of speeches over the weekend, and maybe some good events are going to happen that we can stream. So I'll probably be back maybe tomorrow or Sunday. But anyway, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox. Peace. Until next time.